Gawang Pilipino, kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako, Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
At the core of Toyota Gazoo racing lies Motorsport's DNA. Combine that with the Philippines' best-selling sedan, you get the new Vios GRS. Its black accent details and aero kit upgrade capture the feel and excitement on the track, and the 10-speed CVT that exudes the TGR competitive spirit. On the road or on the track, always be ready for a heart-racing, exhilarating ride. The new Vios GRS. Bring on the thrill.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, Gawang Pilipino, kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako, andito lang ako, Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
At the core of Toyota Gazoo racing lies Motorsport's DNA. Combine that with the Philippines' best-selling sedan, you get the new Vios GRS. Its black accent details and aero kit upgrade capture the feel and excitement on the track, and the 10-speed CVT that exudes the TGR competitive spirit. On the road or on the track, always be ready for a heart-racing, exhilarating ride. The new Vios GRS. Bring on the thrill.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako. Andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
Bring your car to the to position your proper grid positioning.
At the core of Toyota Gazoo racing lies Motorsport's DNA. Combine that with the Philippines' best-selling sedan, you get the new Vios GRS. Its black accent details and aero kit upgrade capture the feel and excitement on the track, and the 10-speed CVT that exudes the TGR competitive spirit. On the road or on the track, always be ready for a heart-racing, exhilarating ride. The new Vios GRS. Bring on the thrill.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako. Andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay. At the core of Toyota Gazoo racing lies Motorsport's DNA. Combine that with the Philippines' best-selling sedan, you get the new Vios GRS. Its black accent details and aero kit upgrade capture the feel and excitement on the track, and the 10-speed CVT that exudes the TGR competitive spirit. On the road or on the track, always be ready for a heart-racing, exhilarating ride. The new Vios GRS. Bring on the thrill. Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako. Andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
At the core of Toyota Gazoo racing lies Motorsport's DNA. Combine that with the Philippines' best-selling sedan, you get the new Vios GRS. Its black accent details and aero kit upgrade capture the feel and excitement on the track, and the 10-speed CVT that exudes the TGR competitive spirit. On the road or on the track, always be ready for a heart-racing, exhilarating ride. The new Vios GRS. Bring on the thrill.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako. Andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay. At the core of Toyota Gazoo racing lies Motorsport's DNA. Combine that with the Philippines' best-selling sedan, you get the new Vios GRS. Its black accent details and aero kit upgrade capture the feel and excitement on the track, and the 10-speed CVT that exudes the TGR competitive spirit. On the road or on the track, always be ready for a heart-racing, exhilarating ride. The new Vios GRS. Bring on the thrill. Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako. Andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
At the core of Toyota Gazoo racing lies Motorsport's DNA. Combine that with the Philippines' best-selling sedan, you get the new Vios GRS. Its black accent details and aero kit upgrade capture the feel and excitement on the track, and the 10-speed CVT that exudes the TGR competitive spirit. On the road or on the track, always be ready for a heart-racing, exhilarating ride. The new Vios GRS. Bring on the thrill.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako. Andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
Welcome to the first leg of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021, live here at the Clark International Speedway. It is indeed fantastic to be back after a one-year pause from the exciting and exhilarating One Make Race series brought to you by no less than Toyota Motor Philippines. Together with the biggest and most reputable names in the automotive industry, in cooperation with Bridgestone, Petron XCS, the official fuel partner, supported by Moto. Other sponsors: Brembo, Denso, ABT, 3M, OMP, Dwason Racing, Rota. Also supported by Toyota Gazoo Racing and Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy. Buckle up as we take you full speed ahead at Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. And now please welcome your host for today, James Deacon and Bea Escudero. Everyone, and welcome back to the Clark International Speedway. Welcome to the much-anticipated comeback of the Toyota Motor Philippines Premium Motorsports program, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. Hi, Bea.
Hi,
I'm
James.
James. This is Bea, everybody.
Hello, everybody. A fantastic morning to all of the Vios Cup fans out there. It is indeed a beautiful day to race. I'm both honored and exhilarated, of course, to be by your side, of course, James, for this very, very exciting race event. And it is actually my first time, James, and I am certain everyone shares my anticipation and heart-pounding excitement as Toyota brings the race closer to its fans. Now, under the Toyota Gazoo Racing brand, expect a more thrilling and action-packed race season. This celebration of the Vios and driving excellence is made possible with Toyota Motor Philippines' partnership with the biggest and most reputable names in the automotive industry. In cooperation with Bridgestone, Petron XCS, the official fuel partner, supported by Motul. Other sponsors Brembo, Denso, AVT, 3M, OMP, Tuason Racing, and Rota. Also supported by Toyota Gazoo Racing and Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy.
Well, you'll never forget the first time, right? Nobody does, Bea. And I'll be walking you through this exciting race, and I'm pretty sure you'll pick up a thing or two, and you'll come out a total bona fide, legit racing fan. It happens to everybody. I gotta warn you, the bug hits hard. All right, so let's take a quick look first at race number 1, which happened yesterday. The Vios, the whole, it's a festival. I think people should understand this whole thing is a celebration. We're not just doing this odd little thing here and there. We're having an entire motorsports festival. And it started off with race 1 yesterday, and we're looking at the sporting class right now, or the super sporting class. And that, in third place, Red Diwa. Now, Red is already a veteran of this sport. Second place, Gerard Loy, also a very experienced racer here in this series as well. And then in first place, Stefano Rivera, a very young driver who has graduated from the karting scene into the Vios Cup. And look at him now on the top spot of that podium. More happened yesterday because we have different classes that we have to go through. There's a sporting class, a super sporting, and in the sporting class, third place, Joaquin Garrido. And in second place, Julian Tang also has been racing with us. And get this, first place, first time to join the Vios whole festival, the Vios Cup 2021. This young man is somebody to watch, Inigo Anton with first place. This is his first time out in this series, and look at him already taking the top spot of the podium. In the promotional class, we had Julia de los Angeles in third place, also doing well, picking up from her consistent performances from the 2019 series. Of course, we skipped 2020 for obvious reasons. And in second place, Euro Garbs, also from a racing family with Daryl Garbs and the other Garbs racing with us here. And then in first place, look, ladies first, Mila Olivia.
Girl power right there.
I'm telling you, this sport is super democratized. It doesn't matter what sex, race, religion. We all have the same opportunity once you get behind the wheel of a dedicated Vios Cup car.
Yes.
So congratulations to all the winners of race number 1. Today, we have 2 more races that will be happening, so it's super exciting stuff. And taking us closer to the action is yet another Vios Cup newbie, but a legend in sport.
Legend, you say. Exactly.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Boom Gonzalez. Boom, if we got you, are you out there?
Okay, we're crossing over live. Boom will come on any second right now. While we're waiting for Boom to come on, he's doing what's super exciting about this particular time in the Vios Cup is that we also now have somebody in the pits. We get somebody to talk to the drivers. We have remote reporters walking around.
How exciting. Actually, when they told me that Boom was going to be there at the pit, I was so jealous because, you know, you're right there at the action and you get to talk to all of the racers as well. And, you know, of course, before we begin this exciting event, we should also, of course, give recognition to the first to the winners of the first race.
We'll run through that one more time.
Yes.
Let's go through. We did cover it, but let's go through it one more time just to keep everyone up to speed. Remember, these are all points count towards a championship, so it's important to know what happened in race number 1. Once again, in case you missed it, in the super sporting class, we had in third place Red Diwa, followed by second place Gerard Loy. And in first place, young Stefano Rivera, graduating from karting, had some success in the Vios Cup. And look, he's on the top spot of the podium. In the sporting class, we had Joaquin Garrido in third place, Julian Tang in second place, but everybody's talking about young Inigo Anton in his first race out.
Definitely somebody to watch.
And not just that, because these are in classes, he was actually ahead of some of those in the higher class because they race on the same grid. So it's showing his pace. He's really somebody to watch out for. Also in the promotional class, Julia de los Angeles is what took third place in the promotional class. Eurogarbs, second place. And like I said before, Girl Power.
Girl Power.
Ladies first, Mila Olivia in first place. And this is what I love about the Vios Cup. It takes raw talent and it turns them into champions.
And you know, I think it also a lot of exciting racers out there as well, and a lot of them actually also their first time to race, so that's also very exciting to watch out for.
We also have some celebrities as well.
Exactly, a lot of celebrities to look out for too.
And I think what's important to share about the celebrity racing is that initially Toyota Motor Philippines brought them in, I guess, to introduce them, but I'm going to speak for myself here. I think there was a little bit of, maybe just, it's a novelty. I think what we all learned is once they put the helmet on, there's nothing novelty about it. These guys turn into full-blooded racers. And to prove my point, we've had racers like Sam YG, and now we have racers from last series as well that have moved into the official classes. So they're outside of the promotional class already, or they're outside of the what you would think is a novelty class. They're racing with real racers, and they're doing well.
So crazy.
So
Once
crazy.
you start, I guess you can never stop.
No, it unleashes something very primal in you. I can't stress this enough because we are born competitive, right? So when you put two people and you put a finish line and you give them the same set of rules and same equipment, it's just nature takes over. Primal feelings take over. And we've also got an autocross series, which will bring some of the media and some of the racers in, the celebrity racers. And this gets their feet wet, so to speak, because they get to do it in a far safer environment because it's time trial rather than wheel to wheel.
But still experiencing that adrenaline that you get.
You will not lose that competitive spirit and feeling because you're still competing against somebody in equal machinery under an equal set of unified rules. So that remains absolutely, the integrity of the competition remains the same. And then eventually what we do is we put them behind the wheel and let them do wheel-to-wheel racing. And this is what I love about the growth that comes from the Vios Cup, is there's a program here that's not just for entertainment. It's extremely entertaining, but there is purpose behind it, and there is also a whole, there's a stepping stone to something else. They're giving you structure. So let's check in right now and see if we can get Boom Gonzalez in our pit lane and see if we can get that connection up to him. Boom, are you there? Okay, so these are some of the things. We were trying new things out here, but we'll get Boom.
We are.
We will get Boom, don't worry. Taking us, so with the whole Vios Cup series, while we're waiting for that, this has been on since 2014.
And you've been doing this since 2014, I
was day one here. In fact, my program started 2013. All right? I'll tell you more about that in a little while. But for now, let's cross over live and check in and see what Boom's up to. Boom Gonzalez! Oh,
Hello! Hey, James!
of course, it was a dramatic
Wow,
entrance.
what an entrance.
Hello, James. Hello, Bea. I'm sorry. I couldn't
Yes,
hear.
you should be sorry.
I'm sorry. I couldn't hear anything because I was so, I was enjoying
just-
myself inside.
Just be sorry about outshining us in a Supra. That's all you should be
No,
sorry
but
about.
no. But you're in a good spot right now. Although it's a beautiful day, and we'd like to welcome everybody here to the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. As James and Bea mentioned, welcome back would be the more appropriate thing to say. And of course, welcome to the 6th season. We weren't here last year. I'm personally happy to be back. It's great weather, great Saturday, and I know Bea said she's a little envious that I'm here outside. Well, Bea, you can join us right where the action is whenever you want. But right now, get comfortable with James over there. In the meantime, to officially open race day, let's welcome the president of Toyota Motor Philippines, Mr. Atsuhiro Okamoto. Here we go. Mr. Atsuhiro Okamoto coming in style.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Morning. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup. Toyota Gazoo Racing is all about pushing the limit for the better. We had to hit the brakes due to the pandemic last year. But now we are back with an even more exciting race. So here we are today at the Clark International Speedway, returning with the ever-reliable Vios. This Filipino-made car is really fun to drive on the daily and at the tracks. With hope for better days ahead and maximum safety protocol, we move forward and race on. It has been 7 years since we started our premier motorsports program. Today, with Toyota Gazoo Racing, the Vios Cup is stronger than ever. Hello to our online viewers. We may not be physically together here, but we will give you heart-pumping coverage and live action wherever you are right now. Thanks to our 48 Autocross and circuit racers driving today. You are part of our mission of bringing motorsports closer to more Filipinos. On behalf of TMP, thank you dealers, media friends, motorsports fans, racing teams, and our partners, Bridgestone, Petron, Motul, Brembo, Denso, AVT, 3M, Tucson Racing, OMP, and Lota for making this year's comeback possible. The 2021 Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup officially starts. Let the race begin.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Stronger than ever, more exciting than ever. Our president, of course, of Toyota Motor Philippines, Mr. Atsuhiro Okamoto. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, it is race day. We officially begin to all our viewers. Again, back to you, James. Back to you, Bea. Let's go!
Let's go!
Thank you very much, Okamoto-san.
Thank
I
you.
have to say, AO looked extra foggy getting off that GR Yaris. Do you agree with me, James?
Oh my God, that car is really
Thank you.
What an
Oh,
entrance!
what a statement. You'll see a little bit more of the new GR Yaris throughout the day. We're actually the lucky ones seeing it for the very first time because the official launch is happening in July 17, 2021, live on Toyota Official FB. and YouTube pages. Abangan po natin yan. It's just 1 week from now. Now, this celebration of the Vios and driving excellence is made possible with Toyota Motor Philippines' partnership with the biggest and most reputable names in the automotive industry. In cooperation with Bridgestone, Petron XCS, the official fuel partner, supported by Motul, other sponsors Brembo, Denso, AVT 3M, OMP, Tuason Racing, and Rota. Also supported by Toyota Gazoo Racing and Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy. Now, we don't want to prolong the anticipation of everyone. I think it's time to meet the racers. Let's start with the promotional class. Number 73, we've got Mila Olivia.
Number 21, Euro Garbs.
Number 61, we've got Julia de Los Angeles.
Look at that smile. Number 20, Rich Lim.
And number 98, Paul Ang.
Number 5, Fabio Ide.
Number 2, Daniel Matsunaga.
Number 6, Troy Montero.
Number 27, Roy Sarmiento.
And number 66, Jason Lau. And that was your promotional class, racers. And now we introduce to you the competitors for the sporting class. Starting with number 63, Joaquin Galarido.
Number 28, Julian Tam.
Number 76, Daryl Garbs.
Number 13, Elise Menorca.
Number 17, Jacob Ang.
Number 33, Inigo Anton.
And number 45, Miguel Quinones. And we now introduce to you the racers of the Super Sporting Class Bea. This is the epitome. This is where all the top drivers go once they've graduated through every step, the best of the best in the Vios Cup, starting with number 81, Red Diwa.
Number 88, Polan Dumlao.
And he comes with his own barangay, Barangay Dumlao. And number 23, Stefano Rivera. Watch out for that guy.
Number 99, Gerard Loy.
And everybody's favorite cuddly racer, number 77, Mark Sung.
And last but not the least, number 55, Brian Ko.
Ladies and gentlemen, the racers competing for the champion title of Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. Let's start by giving them all a round of applause. Come on, make it loud, make them hear it. All right, you know what? This celebration of the Vios and driving excellence is only made possible with Toyota Motor Philippines and their partnership with the biggest and most reputable names in the automotive industry. These are not just sponsors, they're technical sponsors as well. They provide the lifeblood of the whole series in cooperation with Bridgestone, which we all run on their tires. Petron XCS, that's all the fuel that goes into the car, and it's supported by Motul as well. Our other sponsors, Brembo, nothing stop. I mean, you can't get better stopping power than that, right? You got Denso, you've got AVT, 3M, OMP, Tuason Racing, and Rota. Each and every sponsor, as you can see, has a direct effect on the racing series.
And of course, a big thanks to them, because without them, this would not have been possible.
And unlike other sponsorships, like I said, these people provide the technical know-how and products to create this amazing series. So it's not just a name on the side of the car. They're putting their products to the absolute test. It's also supported by Toyota Gazoo Racing and, of course, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy. I'll just tell you quickly why that's important, is that gives you the structure and the stepping stone. If you wanted to make a career out of motor racing, now you have it.
Wow. Well, you know, I still have a lot to learn about racing, and I'm so excited for that. But of course, I want to say good luck to our racers, and I think we should go back to the pit. You know, let's talk to Boom for a bit. Boom, is there anything happening over there?
Well, Boom was just setting the whole thing up just to make us jealous that he popped out of a
know.
Supra. But you know what, Boom, we've got aircon and Wi-Fi here. So who's laughing now? I mean, until you're sitting inside that Supra, that's the only time I get jealous. But once you step out of there, like you
We're
should
good.
be doing now,
We're good.
we're good. We're quite happy here. Although I do miss that being live there where he is and
Yes.
smelling
See, look at that.
the fuel, smelling the burning rubber. Boom, what's going on? We might have a problem with his earpiece. I'm not sure. Okay, seems to not being... Are we getting Boom, or is it just on my side? We might have to recheck in with him.
Well, maybe James, while we're waiting for Boom to get set up there, I want to know what's happening behind because I'm not really familiar with the whole setup. So could you walk me through it?
Okay, sure. I'll do Boom's job. No, I'm just kidding. We love you, Boom. It's just mine. You know, we're trying to make this as interactive as possible, so that's why we've got Boom there. But we'll fix these earpiece and stuff. What's going on there right now is they will initially go to the grid, then they have to prepare. So this is about 15-20 minutes before the race. They're going to sit the cars there. Mechanics can do the last-minute things, check on everything. Then the racers get out.
They get
stretch,
the feel of everything.
They get a feel. It's this whole pre-build-up, and it's part of it because there's obviously work that the mechanics need to do, but there's also some psychological preparation. They're getting in the zone. They're sitting down. So there's excitement. There's tension. Some people like to be left alone. Some people want to be talking around and talking to reporters and stuff like that. But what is tangible there is the excitement in the air because you never know what's going to happen in a motor race. That's what I love about it. I mean,
so exciting.
in almost every sport, it's like that. But in motor racing, even more so. It's just so one mistake, one tiny mistake, and you could just end up, you know, completely your race is gone. But what I really am very, very impressed with the Toyota Motor Philippines and how they do this series is safety is at the very heart of everything that they do. And they've managed to make the safest possible series you can without removing any of the excitement. That's a very rare combination to be able to do correctly. And I think Toyota nail it every single time, and they've stepped it up now with all of the COVID restrictions and the new normal.
Definitely.
Look at this now. This is also a testament to Toyota Motor Philippines on putting together a program like this. They're actually one of the first, if not definitely in motorsport, they're definitely the first to come back and do an event like this. But they're doing it in a way that's still safe, but still addresses the concerns that we have about moving the economy, the excitement. People need to get out again.
Yes.
They
I
do,
agree.
right?
I agree so much. And I'm glad that
Hey,
you know,
Direk.
Toyota is giving
Direk,
this to the
naririnig mo ako?
viewers because I'm sure a lot of those racing
Direk,
fans out
naririnig
there
ako dyan.
are so excited for this. And
Direk,
they were really
naririnig mo ako,
waiting
nagsasalita
for
ako
this.
sa mic.
It's been so long.
Hindi nyo kami naririnig
We'll
dyan,
talk
Direk.
about more later. I think Boom
Direk.
is finally ready. Boom, any update there at the pit?
Bea and James.
We got you, man.
Hey, finally! All right. I'm sorry about that. As you know, James, you're very much familiar with everything that's happening live, especially with races. You know, these things happen, those technical difficulties, but we're ready to go. And as you mentioned earlier, I know you're in the aircon. I know you got Wi-Fi, but I know you. You want to be here too.
I have a
at some
confession
point.
to make, Boom.
What?
I've been hitting your mute button over here on this side.
Oh,
That's
go
just
ahead. Go ahead. I'll pretend I don't know. So, okay, just before we get started, we're gonna talk to whoever we can just before we get the race started. Red Diwa is with us. Hello, sir.
Hi, Boom.
How are you feeling today?
I'm pretty nervous.
Well, why is that? Can I find out what is the thought process that you're going through prior to something like this, and why is it making you nervous?
This is my 5th season, but it still feels like the first time.
Really? Feels like the... Okay, so how did you prepare? Did you prepare differently on your 5th go-around for the Vios Cup?
Yes, I tried to lose some weight because I'm over about 10 kilos. So during the pandemic, I've lost we had practices once keep the level of driving.
All right, I don't want to bother you too much because I know you got to get the zone. As James and Bea know, you have to get yourself ready for this one. But one question, you were shouting earlier, who are you rooting for in the NBA?
Phoenix Suns, Suns in
Oh,
4.
no.
Suns and 4. That's what he's saying, Red. Thank you very much. We appreciate the time. Good luck out there and stay safe.
Wow, Boom, you really had to ask.
Yeah, no, because he was shouting at me earlier when he saw me. Boom, Suns, Phoenix Suns. So I said, I got to get him on camera to say that. But hey, we're laughing at this, but James and Bea, James, you know this very well. He makes a point about the physicality of it because this is no joke. It's not just a mental preparation. There's a major physical buildup that you have to get into for a race like this, regardless if it's your first time or your 5th time.
I'm glad he brought that up, Boom, because a lot of people don't actually appreciate
Right.
the level of physicality that's involved in motor racing.
Right.
If you're not fit, you think you're operating a machine and the machine's doing the work. It's not. The physical strain and the mental strain, if you're not physically fit, you will not be able to be successful in a racing series like this.
Actually, and coming from, a first-timer in this, sporting event, that's very surprising to me. I did not expect it to be that important, but,
It's a lot. Bea, let me put it this way before I get kicked out of here. These are athletes. Let's not get it
Yes,
twisted.
yes,
These guys are athletes.
definitely.
James and Bea, I'll talk to you guys later. I got to get out of here.
And that's Boom Gonzalez there, trackside, and I'm glad we've got him there. I'm not going to put his mute button anymore. We're over. We're even now. He hopped out of the Supra. We're in aircon and Wi-Fi. We're now even.
We're good.
No more technical things like that. But Boom Gonzalez, I'm glad he asked that question. I'm glad you also shared from a lot of people feel like that. They just don't see it as being a physical sport. But if you race 12 laps in the heat out there, it is like a triathlon in some form. Because the mental concentration, you get affected. If you're not physically fit, you lose concentration. So it's not necessarily in terms of pure muscle, although your neck does require that muscle because your G-forces are amplified with the weight of your helmet. So when you're taking corners that are about 1 G or 1 point something G, that becomes double on your head, on your neck. You're carrying that weight on your neck. And this is why they have to be super fit. Troy Montero has lost a lot of weight, if you've noticed, from over the pandemic. I don't know how he reversed the situation everyone else gained. He sent the pounds to me. But he's been doing like running and stuff like that, preparing for this, because he knows. He won last year, and he knows what it takes to stay winning. And now
That
he's in
is
the
so
promotional
true.
class.
Wow. That is something I'm excited to see that. The promotional class, and all of these things, so exciting to me. And yeah, I'm pretty sure after this, I'm going to be a fan.
You will
Huge
be.
fan.
I'm convinced of it because
You've convinced me already, and it hasn't even started yet. So
what Red Diwa said was very interesting. He said it's his 5th season. He was already 3rd yesterday, so he's a very good racer. I've seen that guy win races. He's an extremely accomplished racer, but he still feels the nerves of a newbie because every race is different. You just can't rest on your laurels, say, I know how to do this, because 1, the competition's always getting better, and 2,
yes.
anything can happen in
Exactly.
racing. They always say he was winning until he lost. That's the saying in racing, but because it can just happen so quick. But once again, it's all done in the safety and the standards of Toyota Motor Philippines. So coming back under these conditions and trying to reopen the economy and, of course, sporting events and getting our lives back to normal, it's important that not only these things are done, but they're done by people like Toyota Motor Philippines, because it sets a template of how to do it responsibly and how to do it properly. We've seen global sports doing this, and it's nice to see it happening here in the Philippines,
Yes.
done by a company that can really set the standard and show you really can reopen. There is a way to do it properly.
I totally agree. So right now, James, what are they doing? Are they about to...
Well, right now they are sitting on, as we said, they sit on the grid for a few minutes, about 15, 20 minutes. They do their last minute thing, boom, interviews them, etc. Now they're just sitting in their cars until it's ready to race. But they have 1 formation lap. Okay? So they're sitting there right now, but because they've been sitting there for a while, the temperatures have gone down in the engine, the tires, etc. So they're going to go for 1 lap around, and they're going to start weaving. You're going to notice them driving what looks erratic. What they're trying to do is build up temperature in their tires, get that oil temperature up, because when when those 5 lights go out, and that's what indicates the start of the race. You have 5 lights, and then they slowly go out. When the last light goes out, it's game on. You want your car to be at its optimum. You get traction from the heat in your tires. When you take off, you don't want any wheel spin, so you want to create the heat. You want to be able to get to that first corner. That is so important because this is where races are won and lost. I mean, you can gain the most places in the first corner. And this is where it gets super exciting because it is what you call something like the most level playing field. The cars from behind have a chance to make up 3 or 4 or 5 spots. Because after the race sets into its pace, then you know the guys with the skill level and all that, you tend to find where you are in the pack. This is why it's so exciting in the first corner because it's like free for all. It's like
yeah, anybody could make it to the top or to the start, right?
Absolutely, but it's not as easy as saying let's just go for gold because you don't win a race on turn 1, but you can lose a race on turn 1. So you have to think smart. You can't just go, okay, I'm just going to go and try and do my best and kamikaze dive into this because you'll never
wing it.
You'll not win the race. I love that saying. You'll never win a race on turn 1, but you can lose the race on turn 1. So they have to sort of, and it's basic math. You've got how many 30 cars coming in and trying to funnel into where only 3 cars will fit. There's a math problem there. And these guys got to work that math problem out at about 170 kilometers an hour. All right, and that's what makes racing so exciting, and that's why I'm so happy to be back. We've been about 18 months of break here.
Way too long.
It's way too long.
Too long.
And you know, it actually reflects in the racing because I was talking to Ferdy Ong, who's our race director here, and he was telling me that, I said, Ferdy, how did it go in race number 1, in your opinion, as official, after the 18-month break? And he said there was a lot more nudging than we are comfortable with. And so he had to talk to some of the drivers again, bring them back, including young Inigo, who he said is showing so much promise and so much pace that he actually overtook again. He was already ahead of some of the people ahead in his class. Like he's in the sporting, but he was overtaking already the super sporting. And on the last one, he overtook again, but he nudged. And they're very strict here about the nudging because they're trying to teach you the proper way to race. It's not trying to bully your way through. Racing is graceful. It's an art form like boxing. It's not a slugfest. You see people picking their punches and timing and working with the other person. It's almost like a dance.
Okay.
So you don't want to train people by saying it's okay to nudge. Nothing major happened. No, it's the habits that they're trying to teach you here. Because when you move into those Toyota Gazoo Racing International Series and you have any bad habits, it's not going to reflect well on the Vios Cup. It's not going to reflect well on you, and it's not going to help you.
Yes. Wow, so many things to learn. Thank God James is here to help me with this.
I'm just happy that somebody's asking and somebody's trying to learn because there's just, like you said, there is so much involved in it.
Yes.
And I also believe very strongly that motorsports, even though a lot of people say it's a little restrictive in terms of cost because it's not cheap to go racing, whereas you could just dribble a basketball almost anywhere, a football, etc. Here, you requires equipment that's expensive. So I understand the prohibitive nature of motorsport, but I got to give credit where credit is due because a series like this, Toyota, through the GR, Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup, have been able to create a template where they democratize that cost. Does that make sense? Because in racing, they say, speed costs money, how fast do you want to go? So sometimes it becomes a battle of the checkbook.
Yeah.
I can just put more into my car and more into my team, and then I'll beat you, and you may not know if it's my skill or my checkbook that won. All right. Let's turn over now to Boom, and let's turn all these words into final action and see what happens as we go into race number 2. Boom Gonzalez, what you got going on there, man? All right,
this
so-
is what you call, this is the lap that they do?
This is the warm-up lap. So
Okay.
they've done a formation lap already. And the formation lap is that they all, what we saw earlier where they were parked. And they parked in their exact spot so everyone knows where you're supposed to start from.
Okay.
That's based on the results of race one. So what they do is however you finish, and sometimes they reverse the grid too to make it exciting. So if you if you
Oh.
finish first, they'll
You'll
put
be-
you in 6.
Oh, wow.
So that way it creates a bit of excitement.
Challenge. There's so much challenge.
Yes, because the idea of cream floating to the top, well, you just put a bit of some obstacles in front of that cream. They already won, and then they also have weight ballasts that they add to the car. So sometimes this became a little bit controversial because when they add the weight to your car, some of them were feeling, hey, that's a penalty. Why are you penalizing me by adding weights to my car when I won? It's like, because we're trying to even things out. And it forms into your strategy. It's not like we just biglaan, we just added it.
yeah.
You know you're going to be added. So work it into your strategy. And this is what a lot of people don't see in racing. We always credit the driver. We always just, the superstar is that one guy behind the wheel or girl. It is a team effort like anything else.
Definitely.
It just visually, the optics, it looks like it's one guy, but the team have to decide on everything. So for example, you win the race, but you're going to carry an extra 50 kilos, right? Do you want to carry that extra 50 kilos because maybe the next race is a double .1? So maybe you'll sacrifice this race so you don't carry the weight so that in the next race you get double points. Do you see how it can be more than just put your foot on the gas and just get the checkered flag?
There's so much technicality that goes into it. Like, you really need to make sure that all your strategy is on point.
It is. It is. Like, if you look at Formula One as an example, being the what is widely regarded as the pinnacle of motorsport, they also have these pit stops that they don't really need to have because it's been proven they can run without refueling, they can run without tire changes, but they do. And they do it because it's all part of the skill, it's all part of the series. So you have to also think about strategy. So that's the difference between what you call, let's say, a sprint race and a feature race. Now, in here, we're somewhere in the middle because in the Vios Cup, you cannot stop at the pits. When you stop in the pits during the middle of the race, your race is over. That's because it's considered a 12 lap is a sprint.
Okay.
You're never really going to be able to catch up. And just to avoid all that, they say if you have a problem and you have to pull into the pits, it's game over. But that's because of the style of racing or the format that we're using. They don't operate with pit stops, etc.
So
but
the format is 12 rounds.
12 laps.
12 laps. Okay.
12 laps, and it's okay. So it's 12 laps. Let's check in with Boom to see to get that start happening there. It looks like you see the safety car behind. It trails him. It tails him as they go into this. Boom, are you there with us? So basically, what happens while waiting for Boom is that safety car sits now behind, and it will just tail to see if there's any. Obviously, the first corner can bring in a lot of drama.
Hey, James. Can you
Hi,
hear me
Boom.
now? James.
Yes, we hear you, Boom.
Hey, James and Bea, yes, you've been talking about the warm-up lap. I actually wanted to come in, you know, since you're explaining a lot of these things to our viewers, and we want to welcome our viewers, of course, watching us live here on Facebook. James, mentally, when it's easy to ask you the mindset of people in front, but when you're back there, that's what I want to ask you. What are you thinking about when you're all the way back there? What kind of strategies are you formulating in your head?
Good question.
What kind of things are you thinking about now that you know the track? You're trying to maneuver your way around now that you went through that warm-up track.
Well, if you're in the back, and I can speak from experience because I'm usually in the back, you tend to think I think more positive because I've got more to gain than I have to lose in my head. Then if I'm in the front, I'm defending 30 cars coming up, huge pressure behind me as I enter turn one, versus me in the back. I can sit back a little bit and just wait for them to do their stuff and crash and take each other out, or at least just wrestle with each other so they slow down, and then I go. And this is the start of race number 2, and we just lost our signal.
Oh my gosh.
It's race number 2, all right. And I don't know if you can still hear me, James.
I hear you,
All
Boom. We
right.
just can't see.
Okay, so we're on our way here for the Vios Cup 2021. If it's your first time, James, not watching, but if it's your first time driving and you want to keep it simple, what are you thinking about just to navigate through? And of course, to keep in mind that it's always safety first here in the Vios Cup.
Yes, it's always safety first, Boom, and that is at the heart of everything Toyota does, not just at the racetrack, but even in their consumer cars that you can get at dealerships. It is a paramount. It is basically their core is safety, and then everything comes from there. And this is also part of why they put this series together, is to show that once we got established, I mean, I know that I don't know if you own a Toyota or not, but you know in this country, it's practically everyone's owned a Toyota once in their life. So we know it's reliable, we know it's safe, but now what they're doing with this is once we've established, you know that, let's get some excitement into the brand.
Let's take it up a notch.
Kick it up a notch. And you see the Toyota Yaris, the GR Yaris, right? You saw that?
Right.
That is an example of this motorsport program trickling in to the car culture at the showroom level. And that's what I love about it. You develop talent.
I have to say that Yaris looks stunning.
Stunning. And that's a creation of this. That's inspired by this. You also have people like Bridgestone. You have people like Petron that learn from these programs. So they develop better products as a result.
Yes.
Because it's like the fastest, hardest core test laboratory in the world on 4 wheels. And it provides entertainment at the same time.
Exactly. It does.
And by the way, that GR Yaris is a Toyota through and through.
Yes.
From the ground up. So that is a perfect example. All right, the race is ongoing. James and Bea, I'll get back to you. Hopefully, we'll get to talk to some of the race car drivers, not prematurely, obviously. Hopefully at the end of their legs. And we're all praying for everybody's safety and for them to enjoy this race. And of course, our viewers. My name is Boom. I'll check in with you guys in a bit.
All right, thanks, Boom, for that. Let's check in to see what's happening here at race number 2. We did miss the start, which is broke my heart because that is really where most of the action happens. And I did see what looked like a car on the side of the road.
Yes, I think we did see a car on the side.
Okay, check this out. We're going to see an overtaking maneuver right here. Look at that car number 70. Oh, we just lost it there. This is now the main straight that we're looking at. It is one of the longest straights, not just in the Philippines, it's the longest straight, but it's one of the longer ones also even around Asia. So even on an international level, this Clark International Speedway has an extremely long and well-respected straight because you're coming in from 2 corners before that. So by the time you enter the straight, you're in 3rd gear. Imagine that. Then you've got 1 kilometer plus of top and 3rd gear, 4th gear. By the time you hit the turn number 1, you could be pushing close to 200 kilometers. And if you're in a super bike or something like that, you can be pushing well over that. But in these cars, I never looked at my speed because you got to keep your eyes on the road. But I'm told it's somewhere around 170.
Wow.
As you were about to hit on the brakes and turn.
Yeah.
So imagine that 170, 180, every driver comes in differently because it depends on the exit of your last turn on the build-up and the final speed that you get in the end. So you can imagine making decisions at 170, 180 kilometers an hour. Even just keeping yourself on track is already difficult. And now you've got people like that are all over the back and they're trying to get your spot.
Neck and neck right now. Look at that.
It's super exciting stuff.
So crazy.
All right, let's just check in right now. I'm going to get all the numbers here and turn the numbers into names because it's very hard to sort. Not a lot of people know who you're talking about when you're saying 99, but 99 is Gerald Loy. And Gerald Loy
99
is one of our super sporting drivers. Just in case you just joined us and you want to know what's going on, we are now in race number 2 of the GR Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. We've got 3 different grids or 3 different classes on the same grid, which is exciting because you see a lot of cars, but they're not necessarily all racing against each other. They have their different podiums and they have their different classifications. And this is also how we keep people motivated in the sport because you don't want to enter and just be completely deflated by racing up against somebody like Stefano Rivera and then being 10, 15, 20 seconds behind him and going, how am I ever going to make that gap? But if there are other people in your class who are just joining, that's why there's a promotional class. That's why there's a sporting and a super sporting. It also gives you something to eye. And check this out.
Number 2 is Gerard Loy.
Number 99 is Gerard Loy.
Yes.
And
coming in second right now.
Okay, so as they're coming out of that the angles are all different today.
I
In the new, we got new great camera angles here. We got drone angles. We got all new angles here. But I'm starting to get my bearings around the track to make sure I know which corner is what. We got car number 7 over there. That is Daniel Matsunaga.
Wow.
Daniel also, this is his second season with us in the Vios Cup, and he's also shown a lot of promise. Troy Montero is also another success story because that guy really started. I saw him taking it so seriously. All of them do, really. Sam YG, practically, I thought he was going to quit showbiz at one point. Seriously, he was like,
he got so into it.
he was really good too. Sam really competed at the top level already. So celebrity or not, it didn't matter. He was already up there with the big boys, and he could hold his own. And I think if you gave that guy a couple more years, he would be taking maybe even a championship. Definitely race wins, but maybe even a championship. And then you've got the human experience. This is something that only sport really brings you. The highest of highs and the lowest of lows. And this is also another thing why we're addicted to this, is because it represents everything that we either fear or we crave or we desire.
Yes.
But in the most extreme forms.
Yeah. Actually, in terms of fear, I get that. I get that. I feel like if I was in their position, I wouldn't know how to handle it.
Do you know that when I speak of fear, they're not scared of crashing. They're not scared of getting hurt. You ask anyone, ask any one of these drivers. That's not what they're scared of. The fear is losing. That's all.
I see.
It's secondary.
Okay.
Because I've seen cars here, and we've all seen cars here, like flip, and they walk out just like I'm talking to you right now. Because the cars in the program are just so safe. They don't take any chances here. They've got roll bars. They've got international spec barriers. They've got full fireproof racing suits. Okay, well, check that. Look at that little rubbing over there. Car number 23 and 81.
23.
That looks like, is that Sung? No, 83 and Stefano Rivera just got overtaken. But it looks like that was Red Diwa. Wow. It happened so fast, I missed the numbers. But Stefano Rivera just got taken in an overtaking move, and I'm not sure if that was Gerald Loy or Red Diwa, but we will just hopefully get a replay of that. And that's a big spot for Stefano Rivera because he, of course, is the one to beat in the super sporting class, at least if you go by race number 1.
Race number 1.
So checking out the action here as the... Okay, we got a bit of a spin there and some contact. Let's check out, see if we can get the number on that. You see, that is... At this level, at this point of the race, you can almost say that's race over because they're so closely matched and so close together that when you have an incident like that, one spin and you lose 3 or 4 or 5 places and you've only got a handful of laps left, you got to be some kind of superhero to catch up.
They're all going, it might not.
Absolutely. All right. So we've got, let's see
Hopefully
what
we can get the number on that car, but we've got number 99. Okay.
And we don't seem to get the live timing of this. If we can get that, we can see who is where in terms of position. But right now, let's go back to the action. 12 laps of racing here at the Clark International Speedway. You're here with us. I'm James Teague. I'm here with Bea. And we've also got Boom out there on to the at trackside. And he's getting all the trackside action. And we'll also be getting some interviews later with the driver, which is also something we've never seen before here at the GR Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup, where we get immediate responses from the drivers right as they jump out of the car. And we get to televise that to you right now.
Now, as we can see on the board, Gerard Loy is still number 1, number 99. But Red Diwa, who was number 3 earlier, went down a few spots.
But did I see Paulam Dumlao
Yes,
in race
number
in
2.
second place? Now We have a slow-mo that we're going to show you in just a little while of the spin, I think it is. Or is it the overtake? So let's take a look at this slow-mo action. They come in side by side, a little bit of a touch. That's not the one, that's just a little bit of rubbing action. That is Stefano Rivera getting overtaken. Let's see if he can fight back. And then we have a bit of a spin out and a nudge there in the back. Okay. So now leading this race, he said it's Gerard Loy, and followed by Paulam Dumlao, Barangay Dumlao, wherever you are, make some noise because this guy is one of the only ones who travels with a whole barangay. Now, I don't know under COVID conditions.
Whole barangay.
We used to call him Barangay Dumlao because he's from the local area. So, you know, there are huge Paulan fans out there. And now, with the pandemic, obviously, we don't have the same... We don't allow the crowds in as we did before, but I'm sure they're watching on their devices somewhere and cheering for Paulam Dumlao, who's had quite a bit of a break from the series, and yet he's showing some very strong form. So he must have had some secret practicing because...
He might have. He might have. 18 months of that.
I was looking for what, I mean, in boxing, they call it ring rust. In track, I guess maybe track rust. Or, you know, where you just got to get back up to speed after 18 months of... You know, there's so much to think about when you're behind the wheel. You have, I mean, just operating a vehicle at speed, like I said, even if you're the only person on the track, you're already going to have your hands full. But when you have that and you're dancing on the knife's edge, because that's how you get fast, that's the way you get speed, is once you find that knife's edge and you can dance on it without losing traction. And then you've got to do that while watching everybody else coming at you, trying to take your spot.
Too much. There's so many things happening.
So many things happening, but thank goodness for us as the audience, that's what we want.
Yes. All right, so we've got Red Diwa, number 81.
So Fallen lost a spot.
Yep.
Stefano Rivera in 4th spot, and Brian Ko in 5th. We got Julian Tang in 6th, Joaquin Garrido. And then down in the celebrities, Daniel Matsunaga is ahead of Troy Montero. That, I'm not sure if there was an incident.
Are you surprised?
Well, not really, because I've seen Daniel take this very seriously. But if we're just going to go from the last one, Troy was the quicker driver. And I don't say that with any disrespect. At the time, just on the timesheets, he was the quicker driver. He had a little bit more experience. But this shows that Daniel is really taking it very seriously.
Yes.
And I'm glad, because this is the kind of sport that, especially if you're given an opportunity like this, you become a better driver on the road. And I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea with that. We're not saying you become a quicker driver on the road. You build respect for speed, and you understand it has its time and place. And that's what I like about responsible racing, is they teach you that, and then you scratch the itch on the track. And once you get on the road, you have nothing to prove. I can speak from pure personal experience. I used to be a hothead on the road. I was like many other guys my age at the time, where you try to prove something on the road. It's some kind of testosterone battle that nobody else but you cares about, and it can lead to disaster or worse, right? Once you get behind the wheel of one of these cars, it humbles you. You see it on TV and you think, I can do that. Everyone thinks they're good at it until you get behind the wheel. And you realize that
you were completely wrong.
You're wrong because it requires discipline. And usually, when you watch all these movies like Fast and the Furious and stuff like that, you're lured into this false sense of, look, we got some action happening here. Car number 7. That might be Mark. So that's Matsunaga. Matsunaga, and is that Montero battling?
I think that, or Fabio.
Or Fabio Ide for a spot. Matsunaga, the two Japanese guys, and Fabio Ide. Wow, this is some kind of civil war we're having on the track. And now we're over to Stefano Rivera trying to take back that spot. Does he get it? It looks like he's got that spot. He hasn't got the inside line, but he's going to have another go as they come into the final corner here at the Clark International Speedway. They're topping out the 3rd gear. We got Stefano Rivera still at the back, but he does look like he has a decent exit out, and he might be able to turn that in to a position swap at turn number 1. If we can keep the cameras on them, he might have the momentum to make that dive and change position. let's see how that works out. Car number 99, Gerald Loy, still leading this race. We saw Daniel Matsunaga overtake Troy Montero, but Fabio Ida is still ahead on the timesheets, but they haven't crossed the line yet. So when that refreshes, we'll see if he actually took the spot.
Wow, so exciting. So many things going on.
Too many things happening at one time. Look at that bumper hanging off there. We've got how many laps left? We've got about
6 more.
We got 6 more laps left here in this race.
to go.
We're now at the halfway mark, and so anything can still happen. Looks like Daniel Matsunaga is now behind Troy Montero and Fabio Ide in the celebrity class. Not sure what happened there, but he was doing really well until he wasn't. There you go. But Fabio Ide looks like he might be leading this celebrity class. Unless he's, no, I think Fabio's in the promotional class. Let me double check my notes here, because Fabio's one of those drivers that did actually graduate and has done really well, and he is in the promotional class. So he is ahead of Matsunaga, but Matsunaga's also, they're also in the same class. You're right.
They're all from the same class.
They're all in the same class. I just wanted to make sure, because some of them do graduate. Famela Baranda graduated. So did Sam YG. And they left their celebrity class to join into the mainstream class. But we have a new class that we've set up for our new celebrities. I know we've got Jack Yu there as well, who's just joined us for the first time. And she'll be starting in the autocross.
So the autocross is like what you said, those obstacles that they have to go through, right?
Time trial only.
Time trial, okay.
So you don't have that extra stress of what we're talking about, rubbing wheels, rubbing fenders, trying to fit 30 cars into what only 3 abreast will fit into. No, you just have to worry about your own driving and your time.
Okay.
But that's how it started also. We did that last time, and look, they turned into full-blown racers.
So I think right now, Red Diwa is back on the number 2 spot.
Number 2 spot. So
Followed by
Stefano Rivera
Holland.
is close now. It looks like he's actually close enough to make a move stick, but we got a little smoke there. What happens normally is when you've got 6 or 5 laps now to go, if you are Stefano Rivera sitting behind, he's sitting behind Loy? No, he's sitting behind Diwa. Dumlao. He's sitting behind Podium Dumlao, and he's not on the podium yet. This is a tough spot for Estefano because the pressure, once you win races, you're expected to win more races. And as the famous sports stars of our generation have always said, winning your first one is kind of easy by comparison.
So would you say that during, you know, this, let's say the 7th lap, number 13?
That's car number 13.
Car
That
number 13.
is car number 13. Elise Menorca.
Elise Menorca.
All right.
So going back to my question, so during this time, like the 7th lap, and you're behind on, you're like on 4th, do you think that it would be really tough to really catch up to that?
No, not really, because right now, like what we see now with Estefano is he's timing it, because Paulin's very, very experienced too. So you don't want to. He knows he's got 5 laps left, so he's setting him up, and you can see how he's slowly setting him up. He's seeing his style. He's seeing where he's faster and where Paulin's slower. That's how they sort of suss it out, because there are some corners where you'll find that your competitor is better than you. Even if you are over, a faster driver. Car number 88. Car number 88.
Car number 88, that's Paulan Dumlao.
Oh my gosh, and that must have been contact with Rivera. That might have been contact with Rivera, because they were the ones battling it out. I don't want to say that as a confirmation because we didn't get to see the number, but Paulan Dumlao has had a bit of an incident and has lost some spots as a result of that, which is tragic for him because he was doing so well.
Yeah, he was, you know, up until the 5th, if I'm not mistaken, and then he went back.
And remember, this is from a long, long absence, longer than the other racers that we have here, because he didn't join us in 2019. And even though he was one of our more popular racers during the previous seasons, but now it looks like he's dropped all the way back down to, we'll see what his final spot is there. But we also have to take a look So that puts Stefano Rivera in a provisional podium spot. And we say provisional because the stewards are very, very strict. So what we see when they cross the line is not necessarily how it's going to be officially, because the stewards are very strict. They will measure and they will review everything, including any nudging. They will look at what happened with Poland. They'll see if there's any blame there or any penalties. And we saw that happen with Inigo Anton in race number 1, where he actually finished ahead of one of the super sporting class, but then was demoted as a result because of the nudging.
The nudging, okay.
So they're very, very strict here. I mean, this is the thought, and this was before social distancing became a thing. We were already.
All right.
Okay, so that's
is this Elise?
getting out of their car there. That's the
Sorry.
one that's retired. That's not Poland, surely. No, Poland's still on the track.
You can get
So,
a
I mean,
close-up
Elise
on
Menorca.
number of the car.
Zoom into that car if you can, so we can see that number. Okay,
maybe
and we want to see the number of the car. We're going to get a slow-mo right now, Bea. And we're going to show everybody what happened here. That looks like a bit of a classic T-bone.
So we've got number 88.
That's Poland. And so that was Stefano. If we could show that one more time, just to be able to get a clearer view of how it happened in the beginning, because did Poland turn in to Stefano, or did Stefano...
It was,
okay,
so
this is very controversial. Stewards are going to have their hands full with this.
Would you say that it was
I would never put
Poland?
myself in that position, because I got to be friends with all of these people afterwards, right? So that's why the stewards have a tough job, and I have the glam job with the aircon. They're going to have their work cut out for them, because normally the rule of thumb, and I can only give you the rule of thumb, you see the center pillar between the driver and the rear passenger. Once your car is up against that, which arguably Stefano will probably say that's where he was already side by side, and his nose was by the center pillar or the A pillar of that car, then the corner is his in terms of. But this is where the devil's in the details. This is where the stewards will have to go through it, and it can be a very emotional experience, because to get deducted anything, whether it's your time, your space, etc., they don't have an easy job. Let me just tell you that. I would not. That's why I have all the respect in the world for them. They don't normally. They bring in racers. We've got Steve Bicknell, who is one of our race stewards, and Steve Bicknell, as an example of how they sort of choose these people, are people who have raced within this series, have won within this series. Steve became a champion within this series. And then he gave his car. This is a great story, by the way. Steve is a British guy, living in the Philippines, has had some racing overseas experience, but nothing too hardcore, more of that casual or gentleman racer. And then he came over here. He saw how democratized the racing series was, which I didn't finish telling you about, on how to keep the costs down so that you don't fight over money. It's not a battle of your checkbook. They keep the rules so precise and the costs down so that you can race efficiently. Steve got his car, he won his championship, and then he gave his car to some guy here in Clark that he thought had potential, who didn't have the means. Yes.
Wow.
And this guy wins too, right? And now Steve turns into a steward. It's a great story, but this is not an uncommon story, Bea. Racing does this. You get into a community that you just can't seem to get out. It's like the Hotel California. You can check out anytime you like. You just can never leave, right? It's just one of those things that really gets into your blood. I mean, if you just did a random test on a blood test on any of these guys, you'd probably find a 99 octane rating. Or 100 if they use Blaze, right? 100. But we use XES here. So
just like any sport.
Probably 95.
95.
We'll probably check them, do a blood test. Everyone's got a 95 octane rating in their blood because of Patron. But it's in the blood is what I'm trying to say. They can't get out of it because there's so much involved in racing, and it's the kind of sport that the mechanic is cheering just as much as the driver behind the wheel, because you're only as strong as your weakest link. You can have Michael Schumacher there, you can have Fernando Alonso, Lewis Hamilton. It doesn't matter if that wheel flies off the car because the mechanic did not put it on. That's the result.
So right now, James, we've got still Gerard Loy at number 1.
He's really controlling this
Yes,
race right
he
now.
is.
And this is a lot of pressure for Gerard, but he's used to this spot. So he knows what he's doing, but still, anything can happen, and he knows that as much as anybody there. So there is no celebrations, not even at the checkered flag. It's when the stewards say, boom, they stamp and they say that's official, and that's when they really, truly celebrate. Everything up until then, they're just focused on driving the best that they possibly can, and we're witnessing it here at the Clark International Speedway. This is the second race of 2021. Welcome. If you've just joined us, you're in for a real treat as we enter into the last 2 laps of this exciting race that has seen some retirements already. We've seen some spin-outs. We've seen some heartbreaks already. We saw Paul and Dumlao go from a podium spot, losing that spot. We don't know whether that's going to be rendered his fault, Rivera's fault, or they'll just deem it as a racing incident. But the net result is he's lost spots on the track.
Unfortunately, he was able to keep that. He was able to sustain that early on in the laps, but unfortunately, things happen.
Things happen, and this is why we tune in, because if it was predictable, it wouldn't be a sport.
It wouldn't be this fun.
Absolutely not. This is like cryptocurrency of sport. It's very volatile.
Well said, well said.
I think after watching a race, I go to my crypto portfolio to calm down and look at it. That seems more stable, because here it's just too exciting. Too many things happening. You can go from hero to zero in a split second. And then vice versa. You can go from zero to hero as well. It's just...
Down to the last lap, you guys. Oh my goodness.
All right, so let's see right now. We have some close positions here, so we could have some position changes before the checkered flag. Right now, looks like Gerald Loy is running strong. Those 2 cars are... I've got the Tito eyes here, Bea. Your eyes are 20 years younger at least.
The number 2 spot is Red Diwa, number 81, and number 23 is Stefano Rivera.
So look how close they are. It's a Red
3.
Diwa and Gerard Loy. This is a battle for first, ladies and gentlemen. And Stefano Rivera is there to pick up any scraps that happen in case there is contact and both of them go out. You see, we've seen this happen before, where the top 2 take each other out on the last few corners, and then third place wins. It's one of those things.
It could be that intense.
It's that intense
it could
because
change in a split second, basically.
in fact, there are some people who plan the race according to attrition. That's their strategy. It's a race of attrition, and they just wait for people to fall out, and then that's when they pick it up. But a real racer, they just race their own race. Whether there's 1 car on the track, 100 cars on the track, they race against themselves. It's like high-speed golf. It's a game for yourself in some way.
High-speed golf.
Because so many analogies, but it's one of those things that even it doesn't matter if you win the race, but your times were 3 seconds off, you won't sleep well that night.
That's heartbreaking.
It is, because it's a personal, you didn't do your personal best, and you know you can do better. So that's why I say it is high-speed golf, because you are racing against other people, but the real challenge is with yourself. You know what you're capable of, and if you don't hit that, you'll just stay up at night wondering where you could have shaved off a 10th here or a 10th there. Maybe if I shifted a little early, maybe before the corner instead of after the corner. Maybe if I just double clutch, maybe if I hit the brakes, did some left foot braking instead of all of these things will haunt you because there's so many variables into becoming.
Anything can happen, basically.
And there's no such thing as a perfect lap. Most racers will tell you that. There's no such thing as a perfect lap. So you're always left haunted.
There we
Here's
go.
the checkered flag, and it's Gerard Loy from Red Diwa.
With the number 1 spot, and we've got
third place. It looks like it will be Stefano
Rivera.
Followed by is it Julian Tang, and then in 5th place, let's see who comes across the line in 5th. It looks like it's Brian Ko and Carido. Wow, this was truly an action-packed race. Thankfully, no major dramas, but we did see some cars retire. and they're going to come back a little bit stronger in race number 3. So stick with us because we're also going to be getting drivers' interviews with the drivers. Obviously, you can't have a driver's interview without the drivers. So yes, we'll have them with the drivers. Don't worry. And Boom Gonzalez will be there with us getting all of the sound bites and capturing that raw emotion as they step out of the car. Let's take a quick look at the provisional results. As Stefano Rivera did get that last spot on the podium, but that is still provisional. We've also got
Red Diwa.
Red Diwa, who was that man who was nervous there sitting on the grid, saying that it feels like his first race, even though it's his 5th season. And look, he finished 2nd place.
Crazy. And of course, we've got Gerard Loy at the top of the podium. But you know, actually, James, I've noticed how close their times are. It's so crazy how close it is. Actually, I was even worried for Gerard Loy that maybe Red Diwa would pass him.
If you want to see how close times can get, when you look at the qualifying and you see them separated by 1/100ths of a second, that's when you know how close it is. Let's see in the celebrity class, Troy Montero. Did he take? No, I think it's Fabio Ide who might have taken the spoils in that one. Where's Fabio? No, Fabio's out.
No, Fabio.
Fabio's out. I was looking for him above Troy or around Troy.
Troy
but
Montero is number 13, right?
yeah, so it looks like Troy has taken at least for the celebrities in the promotional class. But once again, these are all provisional results. So we don't want to get too invested into it because we could be wrong. We don't know what the...
we could be wrong.
And most likely, and in most cases, we end up being wrong because of, like they said, they're very, very strict with all of the nudging, with any technical infractions that you may have. They're trying to develop world-class racers here.
And in terms of penalties, what would you say would it be like a deduction on their time? So
It really depends. There are many different ways. Deduction on time is usually the easiest one to give. Or, well, it's not a deduction, it's actually an ad.
An ad,
Yeah,
sorry.
so you
an
might
ad,
add 30 seconds, 15 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, depending on the severity. If it's just a minor one, then they just have to get me Starbucks, go out and get me some food. But if it's really serious stuff, yeah, we have disqualification is the worst you can get. And that's when they deem it intentional.
Okay.
So if they look like you were dirty, it's because accidents happen. They understand that.
Yes.
Nobody really wants, because you can ruin your own race, and they know that. But there are some positions where it can be very cheeky, and they know that they're racers themselves. Like I said, Steve Bicknell, Mark Goddard is our clerk, of course, I know this. And Mark Goddard is our AF3 champion back in the day. Now we're revealing all of our ages, Mark. That was back in 2004, I think. He was the AF3 champ. And now he's clerk, of course. He knows. He's been in that position over and over and over again. He's owned teams. This guy owns teams. Steve owned his own team.
He's an OG.
They're OGs, so they know when they take away a point from you or time, they know what that feels like. They don't do that just because it's not like the MMDA or a traffic constable that's on the side of the road. No, they know what's invested here. They know what it takes. So when they say that was deliberate or this is 5 seconds, you can trust them. And we normally fly over stewards as well. Toyota take this seriously. They take this very, very seriously. If Toyota don't get out of bed unless they know it's going to be done a certain standard, right? They don't even open the doors until they know it's going to be the Toyota way. And this is why every one of their products is consistent. Because you don't take chances, you don't cut corners, you just do it the right way or not at all. And this is why it's great for people who are enthusiasts, because it's not just the Vios Cup. The Vios Cup, of course, is the flagship right now, but this has a trickle-down effect. And when you trickle this effect down, you see new series is coming in following the leader. And Filipinos, I didn't finish this one as well. When I was saying about it's basically evens things out. Guy, girl, no difference. You can't say that about boxing or running or the UFC. You wouldn't put a male and a female competing against each other. Whereas here, it's exactly the same. There's no handicap. A woman can win as much as a man can.
I love.
As we've seen.
Yes, as we've seen.
Right? So we've got that. Height. Filipinos are not in by, if we're just going to go on an average, we weren't really built for basketball, if we're going to be honest. But this, your height, being a slightly smaller, helps. Your weight helps.
It gives you that advantage.
We have a smaller frame, so you can be any kind of frame, whatever. It's actually lends itself to our natural advantages. This is why I want to see motorsport developed here, is because we could truly shine on the world stage because we have the natural ability for it.
I see. Wow. Good to know. People who, you know, who don't do well in other sports, try it out.
Look, we're great at basketball, obviously, because we have already a height advantage and we still disadvantage and we do well.
Yes.
So can you imagine when you don't have any physical disadvantages? In fact, your physicality, if we're averaging it out, lends itself to being an advantage in this. It's just really, and then we talked about the costs and stuff, which is why Toyota brought in this series to democratize those costs and make it accessible to everyone that wants to race, and caps it so that you know you're racing talent versus talent. Because everything else is equal. The cars down to the spark plugs. When they take these cars back, you will notice, and I hope we show this on the screen at some point for the viewers, that when they pull in, they immediately pull into what you call the scrutineer's bay.
Okay.
The scrutineer will then take their car apart. They will check everything from, and we've had people disqualified because of the gap between, they use a different spark plug. That's it.
So it goes down to that
It
specific.
goes down to that.
Okay.
Because
good to know.
as far as, and then there was arguments made before. I remember that day because, you know, once again, you're taking away a position from somebody, and there's a lot of emotions attached to that. And I remember that day, and they were like, but it doesn't give us any performance advantage. As a matter of fact, yeah, it maybe even they said it doesn't matter. It's in the rules. That's it. I don't care if it's an advantage or disadvantage. Everyone's the same. Okay, let's go and see a recap, Direct. Is that what we're looking at right now? Okay, let's turn over to Boom right now and let's check out and go through these slow-mos with Boom.
A lot of great highlights happened today, and it's just race 2.
We're going to see a slow-mo of Boom walking out of the Supra and waving his
That's the
hair
highlight.
around. Yeah, just doing that shampoo commercial look. But let's take, while we're waiting for that, Direct, just bring it up anytime. Oh, here we go. So check out the slow-mos. Okay, so this was the... Can you see those numbers for me?
Number
23, Rivera.
and...
Rivera and...
hold on.
Is that the
Number 81.
Diwa. Red Diwa.
Yes.
Okay, that's an interesting one. Boom. Let's get some reactions from the drivers. We got Boom Gonzalez, trackside. Boom. Talk to us.
Hey, James, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you see me, James? And
I can see you.
We're right here trackside, right where the action is. And obviously, as you've been talking about it, we just finished and we're right beside Troy Montero, who's allowing us a few seconds of his time here recovering. First of all, how are you feeling, man? I mean, thinking about the race, the weather, the conditions, and everything that you went through today.
Well, according to my watch, I lost a bunch of calories, so I'm going to have to hydrate right after this. But other than that, feeling pretty good. We had a kind of shaky first race yesterday, and so I was able to put it together. There were some incidents on the track. I had to pick left or right. Sometimes I chose the wrong, lost a few places, but I was able to avoid most of it. I think I got kissed in the back a little bit, but you know, I brought the car home safe for the next race, so I'm pretty happy.
Was there any particular section of the race or the lap that gave you any trouble that, you know, bothered you, annoyed you, or surprised you, or anything like that?
Well, over here at this big tree, what they call acacia, I don't know what happened, but I went straight off the road, probably lost a couple places, was able to find the gear and kind of off-road it back onto the track, and luckily no one was around and didn't cause any accidents, so I really don't know what happened, but I'm just lucky and blessed that no one was hurt, and I was able to get back in clean and pick it up from there. So if I'm in this line, that's a good sign. It means I'm either third or fourth, probably, according to what I calculate. But you know, it is what it is, and I'm pretty happy, especially compared to yesterday. It's a pretty good race.
So generally, that's what you're saying. This was a better race for you today.
Most definitely, it's a better race. I made a few mistakes yesterday. Today was just kind of like one of those things, a lucky thing or not. I had some pretty decent passes, which I really like. I'll probably watch that on video later. And you know, I was able to make up some places, which was always good for your racing prowess or whatever,
All right, Troy, we appreciate the time. Take it easy. All right, we'll talk to you later. Troy Montero right here, trackside. We'll get some more interviews for you, James and Bea. Back to you.
Thanks, Boom, and thanks, Troy. Yeah, Troy Montero, one of he's already an established champion in the series. And he had the biggest, toughest competitor of his life the year before, 2019. Because he is racing against his wife.
Oh my god, yes, that is the
So,
biggest
you know,
race of his
it's a
life.
lot of pressure because you might win the race, but the ride home is really awkward. But now that that pressure's gone, Troy is shining, really shining. And I'm kidding around, of course.
And it's always
Aubrey was
nice
wonderful.
to hear, when these racers say that they are content with how they race. Don't you think?
Absolutely, absolutely. We miss Aubrey. Aubrey was always a wonderful personality to have here at the Vios Cup. The only one that used to race with plants in her car. She's a real plantita.
She's a plantita.
You're not allowed to put the plants in the car, but it's one of these things that you see Troy talking about, that Acacia corner. This is somebody who's already dedicated his fitness and stuff. He said he didn't know what happened. I could take a guess. I'm not 100% sure I'm right. My guess, you just missed your breaking point by just
a split second.
A split second, and you realize, why am I so far? That's all it is. One split second of missing your breaking point, and you're off the track.
So now I understand how you need to be constantly on point and in the zone, because literally anything can happen in a split second.
And that's where the being physically fit comes in. It's not necessarily for the muscular of turning the wheel. It's you're physically fit so that your mind stays sharp. And if you don't believe that, just try and be physically unfit in the heat and try to think straight. It won't happen. You'll get dehydrated, you'll lose focus, you'll lose concentration. That's probably what happened there, because it's happened to me before. I've seen it happen many times. You just misjudge your breaking point, and it's a hard corner because you're coming in hot. You're coming in fourth gear, and you got to dive down to second. And if you miss it, you go into this runoff area, and it's like, what happened there? Well, that's what happened, is a lapse of concentration.
You know, James, I've heard other racers before that other than being physically fit, you also have to be very, mentally fit, of course, right? Because a lot of them are actually claustrophobic, and being inside that car with the heat and all of that, it really takes a toll on them.
Yes, we've seen that. We've seen people, not often, because there's so much training that goes into this. So we never put people in a car and just say, let's see how it works out. Never happens like that. The training of this by Tuason Racing does an exceptional job. They've been doing this for almost 20 years now. Yeah, I think they celebrated the 20th recently.
Wow.
20 years now. Now they train you, they have a particular program that they're very committed to, that's tried and proven. They've worked it out from overseas things that they've done, and they put it here. They don't take anything for granted. So by the time you get in that car, we've only had one incident that I remember where she had to stop the car, pull over, and then she just kind of eventually, she was about to faint because of the heat and the claustrophobia. But this only happened, but she was able to, she had presence of mind to stop and realize, there's warning in the mud. You realize that, wait, this is just not feeling right. And you're always told, if you're not feeling right, just pull over. Either to the pits, or if you're not near the pits, somewhere safe. They're taught which are the safe parts of the track, etc. But yes, we cannot stress enough how physically fit you need to be, because if you're not physically fit, you cannot be mentally fit. I know they sound like like things on a greeting card, but this is true. You got to remain focused and stuff like that. And I've come in races where I've been fit and unfit. It's two different people.
Really?
Completely
different.
Because you end up panting, you end up running out. Because what you're trying to do, like, while we have time to explain this, as I was explaining to Bea during the race, there's so much you have to think about, right? So much. From the gear changes to the braking points to the double clutching to the left foot braking, and then people around you. And then on top of that, you're going to have to think about your breathing, which is something that normally comes naturally. You're taking away from everything else. Because we don't normally think about our breathing. That's something that happens just involuntary. So when you're labored in your breathing, you're now all of a sudden thinking about something else you don't normally think about. That's when you miss your breaking point. That's when you miss your misjudge. And everything is it's so dependent on being millimeter perfect.
Wow, so much to learn, so much to still talk about, James.
Well, I'll swap you for NBA advice because I don't know anything about NBA and I know everyone's talking about it. My heart's in motorsport, and I think anyone can get into this because, again, there's only certain sports in the world where you can. Sorry, we got to turn over now. I'll save that thought for a little while because Boom has got some trackside action for us. Boom, what you got going on there, man? While waiting for Boom Gonzalez, just cut in anytime, Boom. I'll just be chatting away here with Bea until we see you pop up on screen and probably get some little sound bites from some of the drivers. So we were talking about consistency, we're talking about being physically fit, we're talking about being millimeter perfect, and certain sports that, you know what, even if you don't know anything about it, if you see cars racing, people stop. Well, they do that with basketball too, but it's just something.
It's different with racing.
It's a race. You get it. Everyone gets it. The guy in front is the guy winning. It's like in a fight. We all know what's happening. We don't need to know the rules. The guy who's down is the guy who lost, and the one ahead is the guy who wins.
Check.
Of course, it can get a bit more, you know, once you get really into it, then you need people like us to walk you through because the car in front might be in a different class. But that's where we're talking already advanced racing. But just watching it from the side of the road, you can certainly still get
it. Yes.
You get the feeling.
Yes.
And stuff
I
like
agree,
that.
I agree. So just a quick recap again of.
Yeah, James.
Oh, okay. I think.
Let's turn over to Boom. Boom, what you got there, Boom?
All right, let me interrupt your conversation real quick because we have Stefano Rivera with us here after the second race. I noticed just as you were coming out of your car, which is right behind us, you were shaking your head. Can you tell us the reason behind that?
Well, we finished, I think, provisionally third place, but actually, to be honest, we were going for first. We had the pace in practice, in qualifying, and even in the first race yesterday we won. So I don't know, there's some problems with the car, I don't know, in the regarding the power, but maybe we're heavy, I don't know. But yeah, that's why I'm disappointed. And regarding the racing also, like, it's just I don't want to discuss it because I don't want to sound bitter, but yeah, I just have some issues regarding the racing. But yeah, it's part of the race.
Okay. At a point, there was a point. Obviously, Gerard was in front of you. Red eventually was in front of you. Did you see that there was an opportunity to take the spot at some point of the race?
Yeah, there was opportunities even with Red for battle for a second, but I just didn't have power in the straight. This is a long straight racetrack where it's full of straights, and I couldn't just get close in the straight. So yeah, it was very hard to overtake. They were defending pretty well, so yeah, just disappointing.
Very disappointed, obviously, visibly disappointed, Stefano Rivera, and we'll talk more about it maybe off the air, and I'll keep you posted on what's going on here. James and Bea will talk to more people here on the ground. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Well, I think also Rivera might be sort of working out some of those things. There's some nudging and stuff like that, so I guess he's kind of concerned with it, and obviously when you're used to first place, third place is not as exciting anymore.
But like what you said earlier, James, there's really no perfect race for you, right?
There's none. There's no, I mean, you can speak to people like Lewis Hamilton and like 7-time world champions, and they'll say they've never done a perfect lap. Because there's always something that they will keep them up at night. But the idea is to get as close to that as possible. But there's also the other thing that to consider is you are in a championship. So when you're in a championship, you got to think smart. You got to drive smart. You cannot just be, like the Hollywood style, Fast and Furious. It's just all or nothing. It's about consistency. So throughout the season, you're going to be building points. So sometimes the third place now, well, it's better than trying to gun for an unrealistic first. I'm not saying that that's the case today, but let's just say gun for the unrealistic first and then lose the car, and then you've lost all your points. And then you're not going to catch up from that. So it's mostly discipline in this game. It looks reckless because the optics of it is just go fast, fastest guy wins. But sometimes
not necessarily.
you got to go slow to go fast because you got to know when to pull back. That's the hardest part. I could use the fighting analogy too. When they come in brawling, they almost always get knocked out. You have got to be smart. You got to work with your strengths, your weaknesses, and stuff like that, and think about the overall package, which is you want to become the champion. Remember, we give away a car at the end of this. I mean, this is not. People have walked away with
bragging rights.
people have walked away with brand new Vios, right, as and cash prizes.
A lot is at stake.
Basically, it's the only series that I know of, right, and definitely in the Philippines, where you could actually, theoretically, I don't know if this has happened, but theoretically, you could even make money from the race. I'm not encouraging people to come in and try to make money because it's very, 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 very difficult. But I'm just saying, theoretically, if you won every race and you win the Vios in the end, whatever you spend, you're going to get more back. But of course, that's assuming you won every race and you win the Vios in the end. But that's not common in racing. Racing is always money out, money out, money out. The prize that you get is just glory. It's not normally the monetary equivalent of what you spend. No, they expect you to spend on that, and then here's a token to say you won. The Vios Cup has flipped that on its head and really created an opportunity where you could actually come out break even, or maybe if you're super lucky, you even...
A little bit more.
Here's another thing that we had, I remember one of our racers, name is just escaping me right at the immediate, but he went from the top team, right, in 1 year, and that team was the most well-funded team, and then he went into an independent that had no funding, and he still did just as well.
So it's really not about the money.
It's not about the money, but I'm not saying that you don't need to.
Yeah, you don't.
When you're spending here, you're not spending on making the car go faster because you cannot. They cap everything, and all the supplies come from Toyota Motor Philippines. It's equal and it's controlled. So you don't choose your spark plugs, you don't choose your tires. These are all one spec for everybody, and then you put that out. But where you can gain an advantage, obviously, where you can spend, and the top teams here do, because they are now racing dealership versus dealership, right? So you've got your mechanics that can turn a car around really fast if you have an accident. Obviously, if you only have one mechanic and he's not that experienced, you may not get your car turned around from race 2 to race 3 if you had an accident. Whereas with a good team, that's all fluid. They are just faster to fix things and to support you with your training and stuff like that. But generally speaking, no. If you are good, you're going to shine here. When you can't say that in Formula One, you put Lewis Hamilton in the last car, and he's going to be somewhere around last place. Maybe he might be 1 or 2 spots, but not more than that. Let's see what Boom has to say about this. Boom! What do you got to say about all of that?
Hey, James, hang on. I think we got to get out of the way real quick here. All
Who we got there?
We're trackside with Mila Olivia
Woo!
with us, number
Girl
73.
Girl power! Woo!
You were pretty happy about the outcome yesterday. Masaya ka, obviously. Sabi mo kanina, no? How do you feel about it today? Where's your head at after the race today?
Happier.
Really?
Siyempre.
Tell us why.
I hope I get to keep the position again. And actually, I had a hard time today because I was given a 30-kilogram success ballast yesterday. So I'm not used to driving heavier cars. So like what my coach said, just focus and, remember the things that we did in practice.
I know it sounds like an ordinary question, but before the race started, what was the goal? Was it to maintain what you had yesterday?
If I can, but no. Actually, I have to push myself today because the competitors are getting faster too. Yeah, they're new, they're young, and it's a matter of time. They'll be there.
Anything about race number 2 surprise you about today? Is there any big difference in terms of, I don't know, condition or your state of mind, your physical feeling out there today?
I guess I'm more motivated today, but the thing I noticed, everyone was motivated and was so like they all step up on their level because you could really feel from the starting to the turn 1. Cars are really like just besides each other. Yes.
Do you have any experience coaching anybody?
No, that's
because I would love to be under your calming voice, your calming presence while you're going through this race. It's an incredible disposition that I see, and maybe part of the reason why you were successful yesterday, and as you're hoping today, you are too.
I would recommend OTR Motorsport because I train under OTR Motorsport.
But it's just, you in my ear would be great, while I'm doing all of this. But hey, congratulations and good luck today. And I'm glad that everything's safe. That's the most important thing. And I'll talk to you a little bit later. All right? Thank you very much. Back to you, James and Bea. I'll talk to you later. Oh, okay. We got more. Okay. Cars number 63, 33, and 28. Okay, Inigo and Julian with us. How are you guys feeling? All right, let me just rattle it off right now. Give me your general impressions about race number 2.
Honestly, general impressions is I'm super tired, but it was a super duper fun race as well. It was like side by side with all of my teammates, which was really fun.
Yeah, it was amazing. Of course, I started first and, I fell back all the way down to third, but it was such an amazing fight with the whole team. And, at the end of the day, it's Team Avengers 1, 2, 3 again in the sporty class. So we're super happy with it and on to the next race.
So collectively, it feels good. All right, let me transfer. Do you share the same sentiment here?
Yeah, it was good, clean racing. So I think that's all that matters because sportsmanship within the team is very good. And even if we are competitors, we still race cleanly against each other. And yeah, it makes it really enjoyable.
Was there any problem today? I mean, you guys were generally satisfied with how it went today collectively. But as you were going, at the end of the day, obviously this is an individual thing that you guys are going through. Was there any individual problems that you came across, whether it was with your car or anything else?
For myself personally, I think some gearing problems, but then honestly nothing too major. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say for me, I drove a fairly clean race and stuff, but of course there's ballast also for them, but I had a little bit more. And I was kind of struggling to get a good run on them during the straight, so it was very hard to pass. But at least through the corners, we were very, very close, very clean, and side by side all the way.
All right, let me get back to this side.
For me, I drove a pretty clean race. So the only issue I had was the heat. Since I came from karting, I'm used to it being cold. So now it's pretty hot. So
it's not even like shining through right now. It's not even bearing down on us right now. But just imagine if it were. Yeah. But the heat was a problem to you. Did it get to you mentally? Was it at some point getting to you to a point that it was affecting your driving though?
No, I don't think so. It was close to doing that, but then good thing the race ended already.
You see, that is what we were talking about, James and Bea, the mental part of it, the physical part of it, and you guys pointed it out so well, the highs and lows. But obviously, in this group, there's a lot of highs, and we're happy about that. Back to you, Bea and James.
Thanks,
Wow.
Boom.
Thanks, Boom. And there, look at those young guys. Sometimes I feel like a super tito in this paddock. I mean, the guys winning races, the guys who are like dominating are like all my kids' age.
I don't think so.
Oh, believe me, Inigo is even younger than my kids. I'm not even joking about that. Inigo is one of these phenomenons of motorsport here in the Philippines. Actually, I don't even know why I call him. We should have expected it because he's the son of probably one of our most successful racers of all time in the Philippines, Carlos Anton. He is considered probably the fastest man in the Philippines. If you even go through the entire history we've had, he's right up there.
It runs in the blood.
And he taught that kid from the time. When I remember seeing that kid break the lap record here in Clark when he was like 13 or 11.
13.
Something crazy, or might have even been 11. And this is in a full sedan. This is in a car, not a go-kart or anything like that. So Carlos and the Anton family, they're a racing family. And they put that, what's impressive with Inigo is he is just as good on the track, believe it or not, as he is in school.
Wow.
It's a condition of the family that they will not let him race until he does a certain, and they want him to race. So it's not like, oh, none of this kalokohan race. No, they want him to race. His father, that's all he dreams about, is him racing. But I guess maybe the mom has a say and says, I'm sure his dad feels the same way. Schooling first, meaning if you hit these grades, then you can get race. He's brilliant at both. I'm telling you, watch his space because, again, when we're trying to compete on a global stage, we need new heroes all the time. Manny Pacquiao is probably maybe fighting his last fight. professionally. Maybe, maybe not, but we can all agree that at his age, it's already a twilight period for boxing. That means we're kind of losing a superstar globally, an active one. He'll always be a superstar to people, but we're talking about an active superstar. We need new heroes. We need new sporting stars, and we haven't really scratched the surface with motorsport recently, because in the 60s, we had like one of the best drivers in the world in Dodgy Laurel. I mean, we were dominating Macau. We have one of the best, if not still up to this day. I could stand corrected. I'm sure somebody will correct me. But as far as I know, to this day, the biggest display in the Macau Museum belongs to Dodgy Laurel, a Filipino driver with the only back-to-back win in the Macau Grand Prix. What I'm getting at here is we have heritage, we have history, we have pedigree for racing, but then we lost it in the 80s because for many reasons. There was fuel, became a problem when we had that oil crisis. Wow, you're really getting a lecture here, aren't you?
I know. I'm learning so much, but keep going.
So we had the oil crisis in the 70s and then the 80s, and then we had an unfortunate incident in BF Homes at the time where they were racing there when there was no houses there and stuff. And unfortunately, there was an incident, and it forced the government to crack down. This is why racing is so important to do properly, because back then it was kind of, they were doing it in subdivisions and stuff.
Very unsafe.
But it hurt the industry because people got scared and stuff like that. And then it kind of lost its steam. We had a bit of a resurgence in the 90s with the Corolla Cup. Thanks again, Toyota. The Corolla Cup proved to be another incredible series because that was where that was a prelude to the Vios Cup. If you go out to the paddock right now and talk to some of the team owners, they are racing against the same people next paddock from the Corolla Cup in the 90s. That rivalry goes deep. Yeah.
Oh my God.
I've heard them like in dinners after the parties. They're like, yeah, that guy did this to me last time. Remember when he did in the Corolla Cup in 1998? Yeah, that guy did it again.
It goes way back.
Yes, it goes way back. So this is the rivalry started there because dealerships were fighting against dealerships. The bragging rights, like Avengers right now. I mean, they are one of the bigger Toyota network dealerships, right? They're riding on this whole Vios Cup thing. And they have really, I've asked Costco, Oben, how does this work towards your marketing program? He said it's paying dividends. It gives them this excitement, which is one of the things that Toyota tick every single box globally. You know they're going to be fuel efficient, safe, reliable. You never have to, they're like an appliance. And I mean that with the greatest of respect. You set and forget. But with the motorsport, they created this excitement that's normally associated with unreliable supercar brands, right? You get all the excitement, but you don't know if they're going to start tomorrow, right? But when they're going, they get all the juices flowing. Toyota's trying to create the perfect thing where they've got all that reliability, dependability, practicality, value for money, and then last minute, they inject this excitement.
James, I have a question.
Go.
And this is coming from like a newbie standpoint. So for you, since you've been been doing this since what, 2014, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, 2014.
2014. So which year, or is there any moment or race exactly that was like at the top of your mind right
Absolutely.
now?
Yeah. Even before you finish the sentence, I'm
I've
remembering.
been wanting to ask you this since we started, this whole thing. But yeah, is there?
Yes, there is. And if anyone's watching out there, I'll just say 2 words, McKinley Hill, and they'll all know what I'm talking about.
McKinley Hill.
It was
you
the
need
first.
to elaborate a little bit more for me.
Okay, McKinley Hill was the first street race of the Vios Cup.
Okay.
That was back in, I think, if I'm not mistaken, 2014 or 2015.
Okay.
Forgive me, it's a few years now ago. And we had Jason Choa Choi. We had, there were something like 4 people up for the championship. Anyone could have won, put it that way. Jason Choa Choi was leading. Big, huge lead. Luis Gono was also somewhere in the running. He could have won too because he had the points. He just had to. And then we had Dominic Ochoa. And then we had, I think, Alan Uy. So we had 4 fighting for the championship on the last race. There might have even been one more, but the main characters were those 4. And we brought them to the first ever street race done by Toyota Vios Cup. It was done F1 style with the proper barriers and all this, and it was remarkable. I mean, it really was historic. But there was so much excitement, Bea. There was so much excitement. Jason Choa Choi practically signed, sealed, and delivered, owned that championship.
Really?
He was so far ahead. He just had to qualify, I think, he just had to finish, I think, 5th in the first race. And remember, this guy's used to winning, right? And then the second race, he could have an iced tea on the side of the thing or a beer,
just
and he would
waiting.
still win the championship.
Oh my goodness.
Something happened, though. During the championship, during the qualifying, he came together with Alan Uy, right? And he came together with Alan Uy, and that didn't need to happen. It's qualifying. They're not racing. But somehow they had an incident, and they hit. So this forced Jason Choa Chui out of the running. Can you imagine leading the championship? This is the first one. Sorry, yes, you're right. It's 2014 because it was the first one.
Okay.
So that he was leading the championship. He knew he was going to win this, but now he had to sit and watch his championship evaporate slowly because he still could, but it required those people losing. So he had to sit throughout and watch the whole thing because he couldn't participate. He was racing. He was racing, but not in the class that because he didn't make the cut because of the accident. So it was heartbreaking.
Yeah.
And then, so he knows that he's racing on the same grid, but there was an A and B grid. He qualified for B. So nothing he does, it won't matter to him. And it's not up to him anymore. It's up to his competitors failing for his victory. Are you still following?
Yes.
Now, they go into the race, and there was just fireworks because there was so much pressure. It was the first time they used that track. It was a street race. They all came in, and man, it was explosive. So now all of a sudden, I think the next one that was supposed to win was Alan Uy. I think him and Dominic Ochoa came together in the first corner, and it was the one that came in from the back was Luis Gono. In the end, he took the championship at 15 years old. 15 years old. He took the championship. He took all the spoils. He took the car. He took the money, all the glory.
At 15 years old.
At 15 years old. I mean, it was, you couldn't keep up with the story. It was just moving as fast as the cars at the time. 1 minute, I was commentating, I couldn't keep up, and now it's Dominic. And here's the worst part. It was really hard because as a commentator, you've got names like Ochoa, Choa Chui, and Uy. Ochoa, Choa Chui, Uy. It was very hard to keep up with, especially when you're doing it at 100 kilometers an hour. Ochoa, Choa Chui, Uy. It's coming. It was really tough. It was so exciting. It was so exciting because adrenaline was at its peak, and no matter what happened, it was still safe. We saw lots of accidents because it was tight. Rian Ramos was racing at the same day, and Rian Ramos ended up somehow on top of a barrier, and I don't know how.
On top of a barrier?
Yes, like the car was actually on top of a barrier, so it was lifted. All four wheels were off, and somehow she was sitting on top of a barrier for some reason. And I'll never forget one guy. I mean, you're in a race, right? It's just not bad. But every other knight in shining armor pulled up, jumped out of the car. I'll help you, Rian. No, I'll help her. I'll help her. I'll help. And the marshals, get back in your car. It was like a movie. Everyone wanted to save Rian. She was fine. She was sitting up. Of course, she was fine. She was. And that's another one. Rian never drove a manual car in her life before yes. And they had to teach her how to drive a manual and race it. And then
Wait, how long does it take for somebody to, to train for something like that, especially if you're not used to a manual car?
To operate the vehicle, maybe a day, just to operate it. But that doesn't mean you can do it without thinking yet, and then much less race it.
Yeah.
So to learn the basics of operation, okay, this is what you do, this is how you press the clutch and stop stalling. And then after that, it takes months for you to get fluid with that. And they gave her months. And for me, that was absolutely essential part of the Vios Cup. Because it showed me that you can get somebody that has no experience and turn her into this full-blooded racer. She did well. She podiumed, and she did well. I'm very proud of her because she also became a very good driver on the road. She improved her skills on the road, and she's now all the better for it. And we always, every time we catch up, we laugh and joke about these whole early days of...
You talk about that.
Of course we do. Of course we do. So much history. Anyway.
So many things. Well, you guys, this celebration of the Vios and driving excellence is made possible with Toyota Motor Philippines partnership with the biggest and most reputable names in the automotive industry. In cooperation with Bridgestone, Petron XCS, the official fuel partner, supported by Motul. Other sponsors are Brembo, Denso, AVT, 3M, OMP, Tuason Racing, and Rota. Also supported by Toyota Gazoo Racing and Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy.
Thanks for that, Bea. And so, yeah, back to the action here. Well, right now they're not racing, so we're getting back into the backstories of the GR Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. I can't believe we're here. I can't believe Toyota made it happen.
I can't believe it's happening finally.
A super big thank you to those who really went all out for this. I mean, look at the production that we've got here today. It's actually leveled up even, and that's during a time of still within a pandemic.
And I think it's important that we also, mention how safe everything is here in Clark.
It is.
It's very, very safe. Well, everybody has been swabbed, right? Just for safety. Also, people are also wearing the necessary face masks, face shields.
Even the drivers are wearing face shields. Did you
Yes.
notice? I mean, it's a visor, but it's still a face shield.
It still is.
It was a face
It
shield
still
before face
protects
shields
you.
became face shields.
Wow, but it is scorching hot today. Good thing we're here in the aircon.
It is scorching hot, and just to
Good
add on to
thing.
the safety part, it is something that, Toyota, as I mentioned earlier, in case you missed it, it is literally the central point of everything that they do. So they start with safety and they end with safety. It's always at the very core and heart. So in an event, it's no different. And yes, in the beginning with all the swabs and all the... I was like, I was worried we'd have to host in a face shield, but look.
I was worried that we would have to host with a face mask.
Well, I've done that before, but now with the vaccines and this and the distance and stuff like that, and if you see what's around us,
only you guys
we
could
can't
see
even
it.
throw something to hit the other side. But that's the way they do it, because it's not just once again for this event. We know as a global leader in just about everything, in business and cars, etc., Toyota set the standard for other people as well. And this is why it's important that they do it properly, because others will follow suit. And if you don't do it properly the first time, it just gets progressively worse from there. So now they set the standard, not just for racing, but also for the events itself. And we all have to be around here. But there is a safe way to do it, because life does have to get back to normal, because there are other threats aside from COVID. Mental health has become a big issue.
It has.
Fatigue, gaining weight, gaining weight, fatigue, mental health, just general well-being and stuff like that. We're social creatures. We also love our sport. We're wired this way. This is how we are as humans. So we all understand that why we have to do what we have to do, and nobody's complaining about that because it's for our safety. But to find pioneers that are able to push that envelope in a safe way, in the same way that NBA were able to do it, UFC were able to do it, and now here in the Philippines, Toyota Motor Philippines is rolling out the proper way of doing things, especially in motorsport.
Yes.
So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And
It's so exciting. I'm sure everybody who is watching us on Facebook and on YouTube are just as excited that finally sports is coming back into our lives.
And who would have guessed we would have reached a stage, talk about new normal, that it was more unsafe out of the car than it was racing a car because of COVID, right?
I know.
Yeah, right? That's just the way of the world. Everything's up on its head. I mean, I remember 2 years ago, if you walked into a bank with a cap on, you would be in trouble.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't have something covering your face, you're in trouble.
Crazy, right? Crazy
Yeah, it's
how
like,
the world works.
I can still see your face. Hide that face. Okay, then go in.
But do you think that, wearing a face mask and a face shield has its perks sometimes when you're walking around and stuff?
If it's super aircon and you're not fogging up, yeah, sure, you got that anonymity going on,
But if
and
it's
people
hot.
can't see what you're saying behind your mask. So that's going to be the hardest transition for me coming into the new normal without a mask, because people will see what I'm saying by reading my lips. And I'll be so used to going blah, 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 blah. Oh, see, you saw that. Sorry about that. Back to racing, ladies and gentlemen.
Back
This is
to
what we're
racing.
here
Well,
for.
Actually, James, I'm still thinking about that 15-year-old who won.
Luis
I
Gona.
have to be honest with you. It's so crazy to me, but do you actually... Okay, I think we're here.
I will tell you that story, but first let's hit up
I'll ask with you later.
with our winners. Let's go to Boom for the provisional results on the podium. Boom!
Let me check first. Can you hear me?
Super clear, man.
Awesome. First of all, thanks for taking me back to 2014. I remember that year. I remember that street race.
Oh, we were there too.
Yes, that was my very first one to cover, and that was exciting. And I think that's an understatement. It was like action-packed, and yeah, that's going to go down in history in terms of the Vios Cup. Of course, we are in year 7. want to say what's up again to all our viewers on Facebook. Now, we are awarding the promotional class, our provisional winners, as James and Bea have explained earlier. We'll get to it right away. Taking third place, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Troy Montero.
Woo! All right, go Troy!
A shot there. Second place, Mila Olivia.
Girl power.
And at first for the promotional class, Royce Sarmiento.
Woo!
Your promotional class winners with their trophies. Congratulations, James and Bea. Let me just get a quick word with our winners. Just real quick about your thoughts on your placement today and whatever it is that you still wasn't able to explain earlier today. I don't know, Troy. It's all up to you right now.
I'd just like to take the chance to say thank you so much for Toyota Racing for putting this all together with all the sponsors, all the organizers. You know, during this crazy time, we all love racing, so this is amazing that we're here. And it's a great, great feeling to be standing up here with these guys.
It's great to be back, isn't it? All right, let's go. Second place, Mila Olivia. All right, we chatted earlier, so this is kind of like an update interview, I guess, if you can put it that way. All right. How are you feeling, and what are your thoughts about the second place finish?
I'm still like waiting for the decision right now. This is like provisional, but in any case, I'd like to congratulate these two guys here. Yeah, and would like to thank all the sponsors who made this possible for us. Thank you.
Thank you and good luck. As you explained, it's provisional. James and Bea have been talking about that, but right now, standing above me, and rightfully so, first place. Royce, your thoughts on the trophy, on the race, and everything else?
I would just like to say thank you to everyone who helped me and everyone who fixed my car last night, and especially to my mom and dad. That's all.
Congratulations. Always thank your mom and dad. That's the number one priority. James and Bea, back to you. We'll have more winners in a bit.
Thanks, Boom.
Thanks, Boom. And there are your winners. Look at that, Troy Montero. My gosh, I have to point out that Troy just graduated into that class. So,
and
you know,
he already
it's podium, yeah, because a lot of people don't maybe understand the different classifications that we have. That Troy was in celebrity class, where he was racing against other celebrities who had just as much experience as him, which was none.
So there's the celebrity class, and then right after that is
promotional, sporting, and then super sporting. And then now, every year we tweak this. Every year Toyota keep it fresh, and they have a program. They're really trying to develop something, so they tweak it. But with the celebrities, they realize that what we were talking about before is that initially, perhaps maybe it was novelty, maybe it was just for the eye candy. I don't mean to sound disrespectful. I'm just saying that you could perceive it that way. That, oh, well, they're just getting some good-looking celebrities to beef up the marketing department. But what happened, and always happens, is these celebrities get bitten by the bug, and they check into the Hotel California, as we spoke, and they keep coming back, and then they get better, and they get to be legit. Troy Montero is legit now. He came from this celebrity racing where he was racing other celebrities, had zero experience as well, and now he's racing against full-blown racers. Now, there are still 2 more steps above to get, but it's a start. So let's turn over to Boom and let's get the other classes. I think we're going to go into the sporting class now.
To that in a bit, but first, it's not only the racers, obviously, that we get to talk to, chat with, and hobnob with around here at the Vios Cup 2021. We have right now the Bridgestone National Sales Manager, Raymond Villaraza, one of the VIPs roaming around the grounds today. So first of all, how have you been? You must be really thrilled and happy that the Vios Cup is back for this year.
Well, Boom, thank you for inviting us, and thank you for Toyota Motor Philippines again for choosing the tires, our brand, for this event. Well, it's been an honor and a privilege on behalf of Bridgestone and Philippine Allied Enterprises Corporation. We'd like to thank Toyota Motor Philippines for this partnership once again.
All right, I'm just nothing against you, sir. I'm just instructed to stay a little bit, just in case.
I don't want to be close to you, sir.
What's wrong with Boom? Why is he staying away from Sir Raymond? All right, but how has it been all these years supporting the Vios Cup in general? Just give me your general thoughts, sir.
Well, first, this is a venue for us to prove once again what our tires can bring to this event. Okay. Also, I want to educate the motorists, actually, the importance of choosing safe, reliable tires. That's it.
What do you look forward to in terms of the activities on ground that goes around? Other than the race, of course, that's the main attraction. That's the main event. But are there other activities that go around on ground that you look forward to every year?
Well, except for the camaraderie. Well, basically, the racers just have the venue for their skills. Okay, that's it.
Okay. For everybody watching us on Facebook right now, any message, everybody for not just the race, but obviously from Bridgestone?
Well, again, thank you, Toyota Motor Philippines, for inviting us once again. For the viewers, please visit our website, www.bridgestonetires.com.ph, to learn more about our tires and our promotions.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bridgestone National Sales Manager, Mr. Raymond Villaraza. Good to see you again, sir.
Thank you, Boom. Thank you.
Bea, James, back to you.
That's where it
Thanks,
counts.
Boom.
You know what? You can have everything you want, but when the rubber meets the road. Tires are probably the most important when you look at pound for pound, because we only have a size about the size of. Do you know what a compact disc is? You look young. You know. Just Google it. A compact.
I'll just Google it.
That's the only contact patch that you have between you and certain disaster is the size of a compact disc, 4 of them. If that's not good rubber, you can imagine now how important rubber is when you look at it that way. That's all that's keeping you from certain disaster and keeping you shiny side up is those 4 contact patches of rubber. Make sure that you put the right kind of rubber on the road, because it's always a balance between performance and safety. But Bridgestone, through their years of F1, through their years here supporting the Vios Cup, and like I said, not just supporting, they are technical sponsors. We use their tires.
And without them,
Without
wouldn't
them,
have.
no, we wouldn't. And so they are race proven. They are safety proven, so they've got the performance and the safety. That's why all my cars run on bridge. It sounds like an ad. I'm just telling you the truth. All my cars run on bridge show now. You can just see that. It's also pound for pound when you're looking at performance gains. What you spend versus what you get back. Tires give you probably one of the best ROIs ever in terms of upgrades to your car.
And safety, number one is safety. You have to have high quality tires all the time, because that is the most important thing when you're on the road.
Exactly. So there we go. We're very, very privileged to have people like Bridgestone, Motul, Petron, and all of these sponsors that are supporting the Vios Cup and giving us a technical know-how, because they also improve their products. We improve the racing. Drivers improve their times. It's a win-win-win. Not often in life do you get a win-win-win. This is one of those times.
James, I think we have a little bit more time to chat about certain things.
Oh,
So-
finally. Good. I was worried about time.
Oh, we don't. Okay.
And just as you
well,
said that,
I know. It's like they don't want me to ask you more questions. Well, you guys, I think we can finally turn it over again for the awarding.
You're asking questions about compact discs, you send it over to me. Don't ask me.
cassette tape sa'yo. Boom.
Bea might really look at you weird. I'm not watching the screens, but he was like, what
I
is he talking
asked
know,
you
I'm
about
just-
vinyl and cassette.
I'm just kidding. Or Bea's just pretending, actually. If All right, we're here at the sporting class right now. We're awarding the winners. We'll let you take a break. Okay, let's announce it. Third place in the sporting class, car number 33, Inigo Anton.
Woo!
Let's put it up there. Come on.
Right.
Loud and proud. Second place, Joaquin Garrido,
Woo!
car number 63. Say it with your chest, man. Come on.
Way
There
to
they go.
How young these guys are.
How old are they?
I will. Okay, don't worry, Bea. I got you. We'll ask them. We'll ask them. All right. That is second place, car number 63. And car number 28, first place for sporting class, Julian Tang. Woo! Okay, let's give him his moment. And then everybody just raise up so that we can get a really nice photo for the winners of the sporting class. They were very happy earlier when we chatted with them right after the race. And we'll talk to them again right now. Let's start with Inigo Anton. I don't think things will change from our conversation earlier in terms of, no, actually I might be assuming that wrong. You might be happier now that even if it's a provisional thing, but what are your thoughts?
Yeah, of course, still amazing. I'd like to just say thank you first to our team, Team Avengers, and Tito Costco Ben, just for this opportunity to be here racing the Vios Cup. And, I'm still happy that all of us here are all the Team Avengers, so it's amazing for the team. And hopefully we can bring it home again for race 3.
That's awesome. All right. And Bea's asking how old?
I'm 17 years old. Just
I gotta ask. I am paid to ask the tough questions, and Bea's asking me to ask that question. Right, Joaquin? All right. Let's chat again. Your general thoughts about this one?
I would like to say thank you to Avengers and thank you to Costco for giving me this opportunity to drive in Vios Cup with them. And I'm really happy that this podium is just filled with Avengers drivers.
Yeah, that's right. It's a collective win, so to speak. And how young are you?
I'm 15 years old.
Whoa!
Bea, okay.
Wait.
Take note.
Boom.
Write that. Yes,
We were
yes,
just
James.
talking
They can
about
hear
it.
you. Go ahead.
Can you ask him what a compact disc is?
Okay. He might surprise us. Do you know what a compact disc is?
Sadly, no.
Oh!
We're taking away your check.
I'm just going to call the fire department for the burn.
Congratulations.
Oh, no.
Required reading for next time. All right, now your thoughts, the big winner.
Well, first off, again, thank you to the team because they worked so hard day and night, and to the mechanics and to my manager, Powell, even. But yeah, I'm just happy again that it was a clean, safe race between all of us. And it was hard racing, but it was fair racing.
Collective win, but still, even individually, I'm sure you guys are excited about this whole thing. I'm contractually obligated to ask how young you are.
Not so anymore, 28.
You're an oldie. No, I'm just kidding, dude. Compared to these two. But you're a winner. You're an oldie, but you're a winner. One more time, guys, for the sporting class winners. Congratulations. Let's raise that check, that trophy, just for a really good picture. Team Avengers. That's good stuff.
Clean sweep.
Yeah, James and Bea, back to you.
I think that's now Tito Julian. Sorry, Julian, man. You get Tito Julian in that company right there with Inigo and another 15-year-old. It is crazy.
15-year-old. Okay, so James, do you think that that's really just the start of when people could start racing at 15, or you could even go
No, that's
younger?
late. That's super late.
really
If you start
late.
racing at 15, you pick another career. No, not really. That's an exaggeration. But if you look at, let's say, even internationally, they start at like 5 or 6, and they race karts. And then you get really good at karts, and you start winning your championships by 9, 10, 11, 12. And then you start moving into the Formula cars at about 13, 14, 15. You have 15-year-olds racing Formula internationally.
Wow.
And then we've had, I think Max Verstappen, was 17 when he won his first race in Formula 1. I could be corrected if anyone's watching out there that's a hardcore Formula 1 fan than I am. But I believe Max Verstappen was probably 17, if I'm not mistaken, or was Sebastian Vettel who got his first point at a certain... Anyway, they're young.
They are young.
They're super young. And
Wow.
again,
And crazy talented.
it shows.
So talented.
In not many sports can you do that, where they can compete side by side equally with people who are
Much
older,
older.
different sex, different...
Yep.
You can't do that in boxing, running, any other physical sport. But when you do it with racing, yes, a 15-year-old can, as we've seen, Luis Gono, our first champ at 15, beat the top guys. Alan Uy is one of the best drivers as well in the Philippines too. It comes down to, he still is, and he was back then, he still is, but you can see that if somebody works just as hard as him, he can be 15 and still match it. There was a little bit of circumstance that played into that, but at the end of the day, my point here is that it is a level playing field.
And not to mention, men and women could race against each other.
Exactly. No
Crazy.
handicap system
Crazy.
whatsoever. And look at Mila Olivia, right?
Yes.
She's won. Julia is also, she's on the podium, but she's also won races before. We've had several different, Pamela Baranda. That's another success story in itself. Pamela was, she was as fast as she is beautiful. And guess what, right? Hey, talk about Vios. We have time, right? You said
Yeah,
we have
we've got time.
All right. I brought you back to 2014 when I told you about the McKinley Hill, Jason Choa Chui
Dominic Ochoa, Alan Uy, that whole thing with Luis Gono. Well, Jason Choa Choi lost the championship, which was the biggest heartbreak, I think, for him, considering he had practically won it already, and that happened. But now, he's together with Famela, and they have a baby.
Oh, wow.
That was born at the Vios Cup, and that's not chismis. That's a beautiful story because they now have a beautiful baby, and they stay in the same building, so I see them regularly, and it's awesome.
Wow.
And that was born at the Vios Cup, so hindi lang racing. You know what they say, basta driver, sweet lover. Maybe there's some truth to that. And now I'm getting the ear going.
Yeah, they heard
turn
you.
over. On that note, boom!
List, James.
Basta driver.
No.
Boom, shaking his head going, oh my God.
That and also names to add to the, the list that you've been rattling off, James.
Go!
2014,
Share.
right? No. What I'm saying is, this is what we're doing every year. Obviously not last year, but every year when we do the Vios Cup 2021, is that the year next, you're adding more stories, adding more names to that list of stories that you've had for the last 7 years. And that's the great thing about this. It's never going to stop, and we just keep on doing it. So just keep on telling those stories. We're going to be reminiscing. And the others are, of course, being introduced to those stories for the very first time. But right now, we are now awarding the Bridgestone Super Sporting class. All right, third place, Stefano Rivera with car number 23. Give it up. Third place for the Bridgestone Super Sporting class. Second place, car number 81, Mr. Red Diwa. Red Diwa, second place for the Bridgestone Super Sporting class. And our first placer, car number 99, Gerard Roy. Gerard Roy, ladies and gentlemen, our provisional winners for the Bridgestone Super Sporting class. Okay, all of you guys, if we can ask you to just raise your trophies and your checks just for a nice little picture. As we continue our coverage here for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021, our 7th year, adding on to more stories, legends, and great drivers that we're going to be seeing in years to come. All right, we'll chat with them real quick. Before we let them go, Stefano, we talked to you earlier. Now that you've kind of decompressed, I guess would be a good word, right? After all of that and have digested everything that has happened, and now you're in the podium here. And I know it's a provisional list still, but what are your thoughts?
Well, yes, I'm still, of course, a little bit disappointed, but, as I cool down, then, you also have to think there's always a next race, and there's also 2 legs to come after this, so I just want to stay positive, and yes, I'm also still thankful for this 3rd place, and I want to thank, of course, my team, Team Avengers, boss Cosco Oben, and to all the mechanics, and to my coach, Coach Roland, team manager Paulo. Even if we didn't get the result we wanted, they still worked their asses off. So thank you to them as well.
And your teammates were pretty positive, so I guess that's rubbing off on you too. And that's a great mindset to have going into the next legs. All right, thank you and congratulations. We go over to Red Diwa. We talked to him earlier prior to the race. He ends up 2nd here. So just like what I was asking the other drivers, Red, a little update from, this is a great update actually, from when you were at the grid, when you were starting in formation, and how you felt. You were nervous, you said, a little bit going into the race, and then now, give us an update of how you feel.
I feel happier than yesterday. I got a little bit of pace, that's why I got some positions to go up in the grid. And I'm happy, and I'll try to do better next race.
Very, very positive thoughts. Congratulations. We go over to the first placer, Bridgestone Super Sporting class, Gerard Roy. It's a great race, like all throughout, right? That was, I'm sure, I don't want to put words into your mouth, but please, you be the one to describe how it went for you.
We had a great start, so at the start, okay, tuloy-tuloy naman. So hopefully sa next race, we can do that again so we can get first place.
anything surprise you today about everything that happened? Not just your performance, but the race or this leg, all in all. Okay, great. That means just par for the course then for Gerard Loy. Ladies and gentlemen, Bridgestone Super Sporting Class winners. That's Stefano Rivera, Red Diwa, Gerard Loy. Let's get a nice picture once again for all our winners. A lot of positivity here on the ground for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. Bea and James, back to you.
Thanks very much, Boom, and congratulations to all our winners there of the Super Sporting Class. And disappointed as Stefano Rivera. But when you're used to winning, it's very tough. But congratulations to all of them. That's racing. I like his mindset afterwards. So what he explained about, okay, yes, I'm disappointed. I'm not going to lie. But it is a long, there's still two more races.
Still so many more races to come.
Or 2 more legs and another race. So yes, you've got to think smart. You've got a plan. It's about discipline. If you're just joining us, firstly, welcome to the Clark International, or our broadcast here of the GR Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. We're live here at the Clark International Speedway. This is an internationally rated track that we can be very, very proud of. This is something that could hold its own in any circuit around the world. I've been to many, and Clark is certainly as legit as it gets.
You mentioned earlier about the distance or something about...
One of the unique features of the Clark International Raceway is that long straight. It's over 1 kilometer, but when you measure it in terms of the actual, like the main straight, you have to come into take into account the corner that leads up to it, because you've already entered that straight in third gear. So it is a very, very fast track. It's an extremely technical track, because when you get after that, you turn into turn 1, you'll get into a decreasing radius going down. So it'll start going down the elevation. So it puts you off camber. It throws your car out of balance. And then almost all the turns here are what you call a late apex. So if you're used to traditional racing and you follow what your traditional line would be, you're going to be a little slow here in Clark. So it takes a while to figure that out. These are the nuances of racing that, is it a late apex, an early apex? Little things like that will determine the ones who will sit on top of the podium and the ones who probably take third or lower. It's analyzing every little thing like that. And some of the inner parts of the track are so technical and so tight that one mistake there could really screw up the next 3 corners. So you have to be very disciplined in any racing, but particularly here in Clark. And, should I add, particularly when you're racing in equal equipment, because it is, I know the feeling when you make a mistake, it's amplified and magnified in front of you because it's happening in slow motion. You see the car slowly pull away, and you know that car is the same as yours. So the only reason it's pulling away is you made a mistake.
But we also did, like what Olivia mentioned earlier, Mila, about the kilos, 30 kilos.
Yeah.
So would that be an advantage or a disadvantage?
It's a huge disadvantage because, and that's what they're literally trying to do, and this is what I was explaining in the earlier part, in case you missed it, the controversial part, that some people felt, oh, you shouldn't, if you win, adding weight at the end will penalize the driver because, of course, as we know, power to weight ratio will change. If your car is heavier, it'll go slower. But because it's said from the beginning and everyone has the same set of rules and strategies, it shouldn't really matter because it's all even. So you build that into your strategy. Do you want to carry the weight penalty, or do you hold back and wait for a double point round? Because we do have double point rounds. So you might want to work it out like that. Or you might think that you're only really slow in the straight and in the pickup when you're trying to accelerate. But on the corners, it's great because you've got more weight, which means you've got more traction. So now you just have to adjust your driving style, and that is what makes the Vios Cup such a great platform to learn.
Well, we've got so much more to talk about, but we have to keep moving on. This celebration of the Vios and driving excellence is made possible with Toyota Motor Philippines partnership with the biggest and most reputable names in the automotive industry. In cooperation with Bridgestone, Petron XCS, the official fuel partner, supported by Motul, other sponsors Brembo, Denso, AVT, 3M, OMP, Tuason Racing and Rota. Also supported by Toyota Gazoo Racing and Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy.
All right, and we'll be back after a short little break. We're going to bring you back more action, straight streaming to your device, wherever you're watching it. So stay with us, plenty more to come. I'm James.
And I'm Bea.
See you soon.
Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako. Andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay. Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako. Andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay. Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako. Andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay. Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako. Andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay. Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako. Andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay. Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako. Andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay. Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako. Andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay. Sa dami ng ating pinagdaanan at pinuntahan, may isang kasabay na hindi tayo iniwan. Petron, gawang Pilipino. Kaya nakakasabay sa paglalakbay ng Pilipino. Don't worry ako. Andito lang ako. Petron, kasabay sa lakbay.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. James Deacon here alongside.
Vios Cup.
And we are here live at the Clark International Speedway for the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Cup 2021. Yes, we are back, and we're back in style. And right now, we're going to be bringing you all the action from the qualifying round of the... we have media and influencers, Bea. And I know a lot of you have been tuned in since earlier, but this is a fairly new format that we've included into the Vios Cup, which is allowing new people to come in at a very, very safe way to just sample it, taste it in an environment where nothing really can go wrong there. You might hit a cone.
They might. But you know, we were actually talking about that earlier, about how there were so many celebrities that did not know a thing or two about racing, and then all of a sudden here they are, basically huge fans and still racing up to this day. So maybe these influencers who will be joining us in the Autocross, am I not mistaken?
Yes, absolutely. Correct. So what we're about to witness now is our Autocross Challenge, and it's participated by select celebrity influencers and friends from the media. And we've seen how this normally pans out is we put them onto a clock, and we measure them, and then they see whether they just fight against time, not wheel to wheel. Now, some of the influencers, let's introduce them one by one. Let's start with Gab Lagman.
Next, we've got Jackie Yu.
Go, Jack! Aaron Villaflor. We're gonna do this faster.
Bianca Yao.
Gino Killimore.
Laura Liman.
Carla Lizardo.
Ron Manalo.
Julius Aquino.
Lexi Mendiola.
Win Marquez. What a name for a racer.
I know. And Alex Diaz.
And now let's move over to our media category. These are motoring media. Dylan Apuang. I'm pretty sure that's a relation of Brian Apuang from the media beat.
Earl Lee.
Wow, we're into second generation. Enzo de los Reyes.
Ian Magbanwa.
Jose Altoveros.
Paolo de Borja.
Roy Robles.
Sam Surla.
Inigo Roses.
Mark Yonko.
Corbin Guerrero.
And Biggs Bustos.
So those are the celebrity and also media participants that we have in our influencers and media participants that we have in our autocross. It's going to be very, very exciting because I want to see which of these people will graduate to the next level, and then we'll start seeing them in the promotional, sporting, or super sporting class eventually. All right, so let's, it's ongoing right now as we speak. I think we will, do we have Boom there in the back of our screens? Let's check on Boom if we can.
Yo, James, can you hear me?
Oh, it's super clear, Boom.
Hey, Bea. Hey, James. Yeah, well, you were talking about influencers, celebrities, and media. Well, these two beside me, they tick all the boxes. Gino Killamore, Laura Lehman from media. They're celebrities. They're influential. And because they can host, I'm actually passing on the mic to Gino so that you and I, James, can continue our lunch.
Yes! Yes, we were pulled off a little early.
Magtatrabaho muna tong dalawa. Thank you, Lau.
Take the show. See you later, guys. Bye.
Okay, I know. Sorry. Okay, they've been under the sun. So, Lau, I'll start with you. How's the experience so far? You went through qualifying already, right? So you're waiting for results for that, if I'm not mistaken, and then semifinals are coming up. But so far, can you encapsulate for us what has this experience been for you?
Well, I think for most of us, it's our first time for Gino also. So it was just a lot of fun. I don't think we expected it to be as fun as it was. There's a little competition going on between us.
That's why I was going to ask, is it really all fun, though?
We're in the hotel together, keeping our distance, just making sure, getting piped up.
competition, though, Gino. I know you. You're a pretty competitive guy. So is it really just all fun? Be honest.
I was never of the just all fun mindset. I grew up with, the Ricky Bobby mentality. If you ain't first, you're last. No, but seriously though, it is a lot of fun. Like, I think I speak for a lot of us here today and yesterday that, we kind of walked into this knowing that we were going to have fun, but we didn't know that it would be this much fun. Okay. Like, everybody yesterday just couldn't wait to practice a little bit more, squeeze in a few laps in the car. And I'm not gonna lie, I even asked if we could kind of just drive around the circuit just to be able to, go kind of crazy with the cars. And it's such a fun experience.
By the way, Gino woke up early just to get an extra practice. So
See?
super competitive.
That's what I'm talking about. Celebrities, sometimes they can be more competitive, actually. They're just saying the right things on camera. Have you done anything close to this, Lau?
No, I guess the closest would be standing in the heat under the sun.
Uy, nagpaparinig. Sorry na. Sige na. O, tapos?
This is really my first time to do anything. I mean, I drive in Manila. I drive myself in Manila, but...
Which is an adventure on its own.
I feel like it's training for this, because it's like an obstacle course in Manila. It's an obstacle course here, so we were well prepared.
But the truth is, and we're not trying to joke about this, is, the skills that you learn, whether it's for autocross or for racing or whatever, makes you generally a better driver, not necessarily a faster one. That can happen too, but it equips you with the skill to be a better driver, especially in our setting, Gino.
Exactly. I mean, just little things like, being careful of the pylons over there. It's kind of like how sometimes you're driving through C5 and somebody is crossing with a refrigerator and you're like, whoa, that's a pylon. You know what I mean? So, like, it really does, and it teaches you better control over the car. Right. Little things like that kind of, generally add up to your driving knowledge.
Okay, it's my job to toast under the sun, not yours. So I'll let you go real quick. Expectations today.
Not to be last.
I love it.
Set the bar low first. I mean, this is my first time, but hopefully I'm not last.
I've known this girl for a long time. Don't be fooled by that kind of stuff, Gino. What about you?
I don't believe anybody when they say like, oh no, I'm just here for fun. No, they're not. Like, deep down inside, everybody wants to win. Expectations are to win, but reality very rarely matches with expectations. So at least put on a good show.
The most important thing is have fun and stay safe for both of you. Laura Lehman, Gino Quillamor, back to you, James and Bea.
One of the most truthful things I've heard from Gino. Nobody's here for fun. They all want to win.
I know.
Don't listen to them when they say they're just here for... No.
Well, James, you know what they say, going back to what they were talking about, how, in Manila, when you drive, it's like you can drive anywhere, right?
Yeah.
They say that if you can drive in the Philippines, you can drive anywhere. So this will be very exciting.
It's exciting. I have a different philosophy to that because I think somehow, I know what they're saying with the saying of you can drive in Manila, you can drive anywhere, but it's because you have to be super defensive here. But when you go and you apply the same rules and you drive like a Manileño anywhere else, it doesn't end well. It doesn't usually, within 5 minutes, you're picked up by the cops and driven locked up for something.
But in terms of like just how narrow the
but what I
streets
do,
are here
yes.
and all that,
But what I do appreciate about driving here in the Philippines, or at least if there is one good thing that you can sort of take out, it's we are usually much more defensive because we're always expecting the unexpected because people are we just don't rely on them doing the right thing. And that's a good thing sometimes to be a little bit more aware because sometimes when you're driving like overseas and you expect everybody to be doing the rules because they do, they follow the rules. So when somebody doesn't, nobody's expecting it, it's bad.
Yeah.
It's
I think that's the only problem here. But, going back to our next event, the Autocross, could you talk a little bit more about what we could expect from this event? Because, again, I'm not
so what we're looking at is a great angle because we're looking at the whole aerial view of it. And as you can see, it's not very complicated when you look at it. What we're trying to do here with the Autocross is it's an entry point. It's a starting point for people to get their feet wet, so to speak, get a little safe taste of the sport. Because what this does is it teaches you technique and discipline. Okay. Because it looks simple, but I tell you, when you're going around these cones like that, if you start exaggerating your movements, it will also exaggerate it for you. You'll find because you're going in a straight line, when you turn your wheel this way, turn it this way, and you're doing exaggerated correction, before you know it, you end up like that, and it's exaggerated because you're trying to follow this line.
So it's important to have control.
Yes, because you're understanding how the car behaves under these conditions. So when you start off with a turn like this, by the time you reach the end of that, it's a wider, it starts to open up, so you have to modulate the throttle. So you're teaching you good techniques in a very safe environment, very controlled speed, no other vehicles around there. It's just you, but it does still teach you that vital skill of control and car behavior. Balance is something that people don't normally understand when you talk about race cars, because they say, what are you talking about balance? It's got 4 wheels.
Yes.
I understand when you say motorcycle racing, balance. Balance is just as important in a motor car than a 2-wheel motorcycle, because every time, anything you do with the car, it shifts the weight, anything. When you brake, it'll dive forward. When you accelerate, it'll lift. When you lift, it changes the dynamic and the grip of the front wheels, because it's now on the back. When you brake like that, all of these things you will only really learn from the basics of autocross.
So this autocross, will it be based on time again?
It will be based on time, so they all have the same course to run. And there you can see 2 cars going 2 separate ways. That's a mirror image track. So they will do it once, and then they will go back and do it again, and they will get the best times of both. And that way it's completely even and fair. But they're running simultaneously. They're competing against each other, but not directly wheel to wheel.
Okay,
They're
and then
running
they
at-
get deducted if, like, let's say they hit a cone.
When they hit a cone, you get like a huge deduction. This year, I'll have to double check if it's 5 seconds or 3 seconds. But when your times are within, like, 20, 30 seconds, a 3-second thing, that's 10%. That's, you're not going to make that up.
Ooh, so exciting.
It's exciting because it does show the discipline. Let's find out what Boom has to say, because I'm sure he's down there and he can talk to some people. Give us some insights. Boom.
Still here at trackside, of course, the Autocross class and the semifinals is what awaits our friends from media, the celebrity world, the influencer world, and our good friend Mix Bustos is with us, who's the last couple of times you've interviewed me, the last couple of times. So we're going to reverse it all here now and ask you about how's your experience so far.
Well, it's been great. Day 1 has been, feeling out process. I was mentioning to you earlier, Boom, that coming in here, I just want to have fun. But
that's what they all say.
That's what they all say. But when you get to not master, but when you get familiarize yourself with the track, you want to win, right? And right now, I'm here actually in double duty. I'm going to do the Autocross Challenge, and I'm also doing my role and my job for ANC Rev. Shout out to ANC Rev.
Yes.
The GoPro's here. We're going to do some shooting. We're going to do some interviews also later. But at the same time, enjoy the Autocross Challenge.
That's right, Mix, of course, from the ABS-CBN News Channel. We work together also back with ABS-CBN Sports. Now, tell us the truth. After all of that, that's fine and dandy, but what has been the most challenging part? Other than where we are right now, obviously, this is all part of it, the heat and stuff, but what has surprised you about what you're doing right now? Are there any realizations like, uy, ganito pala to, ganito pala yan?
Well, when I was watching videos, of course, like from the States or from some people who would do autocross here, there are a lot of challenges. But when it came to this track, of course, they want to keep it simpler for us, the media and social media influencers. The chicanes are the most challenging because as ironic as it sounds, what have been told to me is like when you go on chicanes, when you go on those S-turns, you got to go slow as possible. And at the same time, when you get a straight line, that's when you put on the rev. I don't know, James, if that's the right strategy. I hope you can tell us what to do. But then I hope that strategy will work for me. What surprised me is maybe it's just a little bit of time that we have, around 30, 40 seconds, but then we just got to make the most out of it.
But remember, guys, we only want to have fun.
I wanna win
but we
too.
have to have a strategy.
I wanna
See, I know that. I know that. And okay, so you're conscious about time, obviously. What is the goal? All right, at the end of it all, do you want to win it all? What's the end goal from here? And has your end goal changed from the time that you actually started when, okay, let's just do this, maybe, and then it's totally changed now that you're in it?
Yeah, it changed. I said to myself, I just want to have fun, but then at the end, I want to win. I want to win. I want to get the best time. Mamba mentality. Just like the book in the NBA Finals, right?
James would not understand that because he did say that he doesn't care about the NBA. So, but it meant that you're totally in this and competitive and all that, right? All right, Migs, thank you very much for your time, man, and good luck out there. Stay safe, all right? All right, Migs Bustos, of course, from the ABS-CBN News Channel. Back to you, James, And Bea, I was right, James,
Boom.
you did say you didn't, you didn't know
James
about
was
the...
just laughing.
I
here
said
when
I
you
don't
mentioned-
know much about it,
Sorry,
but
sorry.
I'm willing to learn.
By the way, James, I wasn't saying that as an insult or any condescending way.
We're good.
It's like, some people don't care about motorsports, some people don't care about... But yeah, so there you go. That's just a clarification.
No problem, Boom. I offered to swap my motorsports knowledge with Bea's NBA knowledge, and
Yeah,
you're
that's
welcome
good
to join that
Maybe
conversation.
idea.
it would be better to talk to Boom about that.
I'll just eavesdrop.
He
I like
probably know
listening to
more.
you. I'll hunt for more people to talk to. I'll talk to you guys in a bit.
See you in
But
a
right
bit,
now, the
Boom.
action is at the racetrack, not on the basketball court just yet, but it is here at the racetrack, and this is what we're here to cover because a lot of people have prepared for a very long time to be here and to get their spot into the finals. This is what we're watching right now. As these guys are now into the semifinals, and again, it's a difficult one to comment blow by blow because visually it's very hard to they're not overtaking each other. It's really time dependent. But what is important to teach people about this is the basics of motorsport. There's a saying that we have. It's called you need to go slow to be able to go fast. Learn how to go slow to learn how to go fast. And that doesn't make sense to a lot of people when you first join. It's because, once again, we have Hollywood's construct of speed, right? We have Hollywood's construct of racing, which is movies, Fast and Furious and stuff like that. There's a lot of exaggerated actions, if you notice, when they're... I mean, if you watch Fast and Furious, they have like 35 gears. They just never run out of gears, right? And then somehow when the guy comes up next to them, that's when they put their foot down. Why didn't you put your foot down the whole time? But in real racing, it's about discipline, understanding the dynamics and the balance of the car, respecting the speed. Because in order to go fast, you need to understand and respect speed. If you don't, it will bite you really hard. So you build up to that. This, what we're watching right now, is the perfect build up to that. It's frustratingly slow by comparison. But it's in that you learn the balance and you learn discipline and control, because when you start getting giggle with the throttle here, which is very tempting, because even if I put you in the car right now, Ben, and you tell me you have no racing experience, I guarantee you're going to go faster than you should, and you're going to initially lose it. Let's catch up with Boom first, and I'll explain that side to you a little bit later, because it is interesting. Boom!
On that conversation, but okay, we'll get to James and Bea in a bit. We're back here trackside. Carla Lizardo, Aaron Villaflor with us, and it's good to see you guys. I want to start with Carla, if you don't mind, Aaron. We saw each other. Was it last night? Just last night, right? And you were telling me how generally you're I don't want to use the term that you use, but you say it. That you were very nervous. You're nervous. What was it?
Yes, it's my first time trying anything like this, and I'm generally a very nervous person. So it's a lot of overcoming that fear out here today. But I'm having so much fun. I actually kind of want to pursue it after this. Yeah.
That's awesome. Quick follow-up on that. Did you hesitate when they asked you the very first time? You're like, oh, I don't think I can do this.
No, not at all. I've been wanting to do this for years.
There you go.
Yeah, so I'm very happy to be here, and it's such an amazing experience.
It is. I will get back to you in a bit. Aaron, what was the general feeling for you today and throughout the track, doing autocross and all of these things? And did you get into it, Muna, to have fun? I've been asking the celebrities that, or is there something in you super competitive that you want to beat Carla, you want to beat everybody else?
We have to set our mind like that. And,
Like what? Fun or the competitive part?
Competitiveness.
Okay.
Yes, and the last like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, that was really hard for me because I didn't make it to the cut. So right now, I was able to get the opportunity by Toyota. So thank you. Binigyan niyo ako ng chance ulit. Thank you, Toyota. At ayan, I got the 5th place for our Autocross challenge today. Right. I'm very happy.
Because we went through qualifying already. Did you get your times already after qualifying? You just did? Okay, and you're waiting for the semifinals, correct? Yes. That's what's happening right now. Some of our friends from media behind us, James and Bea, are going at it right now. So Carla, speaking of times and speaking of results, tell us where you were. Are you happy? And what are you looking at?
By nature, I'm super competitive, but I think that after...
I could see it in your eyes just looking at me, Carla. It's piercing.
I'm like low-key, I mean, like, I went to practice this morning because but I couldn't, like, my progress wasn't as much as I wanted it to be. But I'm happy because from practice, I improved my time by 6 seconds.
Hey, you know, in the racing world, the motoring world, 6 seconds is a lot. That's great. Any realizations for you in terms of your own personal driving skills? You know, I'm sure you've been a driver for a long time, but I would assume this is the first time, as you mentioned, to do something like this. Is there anything that you realize about yourself in terms of your skill, whether it is that you had or you lack that you want to develop? Anything like that?
No, I realized that I want to learn more. I actually don't know how to drive manual. So that's one of the things that I want to pursue after. Kasi syempre, if I really want to push for this, I do have to learn that. But with my driving skills, I realized, ang dami ko palang kaba. Because that's what they were telling me. They were like, just go for it. Like, don't be scared. So I think that was my biggest challenge, actually. It was more of like the mindset more than the skill.
So it's a more mental thing. Aaron, sa'yo, ganun din ba? Parang you've done it before. So it's different kasi for, di ba, first timer. Pag medyo meron ka ng frame of reference, kumbaga, meron ka ng napagdaanan, you have a little bit of experience, what changes in terms of your mindset every time you do it?
Well, actually, when you love the thing that you do, there's nothing to worry about. It's just that if you're working under pressure, it's totally different. Lalo na
And how do you, okay, just to jump, I don't want to interrupt you, but that's an important part. How have you dealt with pressure then?
Because I just try. Oh, I'm trying to loosen up, like breathe, doing a breathing exercise. I do stretching, then somehow parang I block my co-riders para lang hindi ako kabahan.
So if you do self-evaluation, are you good under pressure or not? Getting there, improving what?
I'm getting there. Okay.
Carla, what about you? Under pressure?
I think I'm good under pressure. I just need to improve my skills on autocross.
All right. Carla Lizardo, Aaron Villafor, I love this competitive nature, the fun stuff, and the insights, and you know the realizations from a driving skill also standpoint from our influencers and celebrities. Back to you, James and Bea.
All right. Is that my? Did they say they were driving automatic? Did I hear that right?
I
Are they
think
driving the
so.
new CVT?
I think Carla mentioned that she would want to learn how to drive a manual car.
Okay.
So that's why I asked you earlier. I'm like, oh, so autocross, you could actually drive it in an automatic car.
Traditionally, no, but that could be news to me that they might be using the new CVT versions of the Vios. But
okay.
I'll admit I got caught off guard with that because it's always been a manual because precisely we're doing the training for the. But we'll double check on that.
Well, if it's an automatic,
You can do it?
Yes.
But then, the thing is with the automatic is, there's nothing wrong with it because if you look at Formula One now, or even Le Mans or any of these top sports, they use automatic. I mean, it's a sequential manual gearbox that functions like an automatic. It's not an automatic per se, but I don't want to get too technical. But there's no more foot clutch, and you just shift from the paddles. So now maybe that's the strategy now that it's like, look, if racing's going to go this way anyway, you still need to learn how to shift, but you're just shifting here instead of with your feet. Well, then there's nothing wrong with that because it's not changing the foundations of what's going to make you a successful racer later on.
One of my frustrations is that I don't know how to drive a manual car. I've tried so many times. I just can't seem to get it.
I would have given you a really hard time about that a few years ago.
But then now
because of what I said, the times have changed. It's like saying, oh, I don't know how to slice my own bread. I can get by. I really can. Because it's not anymore a thing. But if you can race with automatic cars, or what is at least the function of an automatic car, then learning on one is not really a problem. The only problem about automatic per se, and without getting too technical, the difference between SMG or DSG, should I say, double clutch sequential, and the manual and the automatic is, if you're racing with a traditional automatic, you're just going to burn that gearbox out. It's just not designed for that kind of shifting. It's designed for comfort. It's designed for convenience.
Okay.
But they found the best of both worlds, and Toyota do this flawlessly. The best version I've ever used in my entire life, and I've driven many, 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 many cars, is the Lexus LFA. That is the best gearbox, and that's going back 2000.
Really?
Yes, and that's going back 2010. So you can imagine the improvements. in 2021. So definitely, you don't need to feel bad anymore about that because you can
But
become a successful
I
racer
don't know.
driving a manual. Automatic.
I'm personally a very competitive person. So when I think about something like that and it becomes like a frustration to me, it's like I need to be able to do it. You know, eventually probably I will learn.
Yes, but like anything, so long as we're all in the same boat or we're running the same equipment and under the same unified rules, then it's still competitive. I mean, we could race Super Grandias around here, and it'll be the same level of competition. You'll still see the glazed look in Stefano Rivera's eyes and Inigo Anton and Troy Montero. It'll be the same. It doesn't matter because I bet you. You know, as a test Toyota, I challenge you to have the Coaster Challenge, right? The Coaster Cup, the Toyota Coaster Cup. And you let our drivers drive these coasters around, it will be exactly the same. The speeds will be different, everything else, but the competition level, as long as everyone's in a coaster.
Could you just imagine Troy Montero driving that?
I can. In fact, that's my whole motivation behind it. I want to see Troy Montero drive a coaster around Clark in his full Toyota race gear and be the official soccer dad. Yeah, he can be like
dad.
Give Aubrey a break and he can be the soccer dad. But yes, you know, racing has changed and people need to adapt. And this is what great companies like Toyota do, is they adapt. They don't just say, oh, this is how we've always done it. What they do is they say, well, what got you here doesn't always get you there. You need to keep pivoting. And now more than ever, we've learned at the pandemic that it's more important than ever. So with racing, it's no different. They're constantly learning, they're constantly evolving, they're constantly improving because so is everybody else. So if it turns out that we're racing CVTs down the line, great. That's one less thing that you need to focus on with the double clutching and all that, and you can now focus on your steering and other things. So the goal of these conveniences is, theoretically at least, because it doesn't always work out in practice, is to create a little bit of, let's say, with ABS. ABS is a technology that came out that stops your car from skidding. And this would mean that you could now have a bit of a better safety margin in the wet. When you hit the brakes, instead of locking up, it's going to not lock up and you can steer around. Problem is with humans, we tend to use those safety margins with other bad habits. Don't do that, and you will always be going ahead. As long as you don't consume whatever safety margins we've given to you with another bad habit, you will now be able to focus on something good. Like maybe better steering or more accurate reading of the competition because you don't have to look at your gearbox anymore.
Now I wish I was trying out this autocross event.
You will get your chance. You know what? I don't think I've had a co-host here yet that hasn't ended up behind the wheel because it usually starts with this banter and Toyota usually pick up on it and go, we got another victim. I mean, participant.
It looks really fun. I mean,
is.
I don't think I'll be able to ever, like, you know, try racing that whole thing, but
it is fun. You will have a lot of fun, and again, you will learn. It's perfect because you do learn a lot about driving that you can use in everyday situations. You know, when you learn to respect the speed, as I said, you learn to understand balance. Until it's demonstrated to you, then you won't understand it. But then when you're in an emergency situation, you won't understand why the car did a certain thing. But when you do that enough times and you practice it, you get comfortable with that alien and uncomfortable feeling. Let's say the back end sliding out or the front wheels not turning when you're braking really hard. Because you're repeating these things over and over again and you're learning from those mistakes in a controlled environment where there's a lot at stake in terms of points and competition, you will continue to get better and understand why the car does certain things. So by the time you get into an emergency situation, it will become second nature. So like now, when I'm in a situation, one, I'm never afraid of hitting the brakes to the floor because I know the car can do it because we've been doing this non-stop drills, right? Another thing is if the car ever loses control, I don't freak out because we're sometimes in this situation, push the car to lose control so that you feel it. And this is why racetracks are so important, is because it gives you an opportunity to learn in safe conditions.
And this is why the autocross event is important.
Super.
For those that actually want to take it up a notch.
Actually, more to build on the better foundation. So before you take it up a notch, don't skip this step because you learn it looks a little boring. And if you are a gearhead or you like speed, you might get a little bit frustrated because you can see other people racing wheel to wheel. But that's why I was telling you before we got cut off. If you were going to do that, I would be willing to put money. The chances are you're going faster than you should, because you're going to feel frustrated at the giggle. So you're going to, because anyway, the speeds are generally low, so you're going to go faster than you can, and then you're going to lose it or lose time or hit a cone. And then that's what your instructor is going to pull you back and say, calm down, turn here, lift off the throttle so that the weight shifts to the front, and then you have traction, and then you understand it because you're repeating it. So when he says, get your foot off the gas, what happens when you take your foot off the gas? The car will dive forward because that's the weight transfer. And what happens when you transfer weight onto the front wheel? You get a bit more traction on it. But if you go too fast, you won't be able to turn. So you're learning these things with a prize up for grabs. And this is the best way to learn because there's natural incentive. You understand and you have an eye on a prize and you're trying to figure out how to get there. So all the information is absorbed.
And speaking of, I love how competitive all the people who are joining this autocross event, because they've been talking about how they just want this for fun, they just want to experience it for fun, but then at the end of the day, the back of their heads are all like, no, I'm gonna win this.
Yes, and I've seen those stories play out for me every single time. And it's one of my favorite things about the Vios Cup, because I literally watch out for that, because I get to know the people, especially in the beginning of the series like now. A lot of them are regulars and have been here with us for many seasons, but there are new faces. And those new faces, especially like Jack, you, the celebrities and stuff, that don't have this experience, I love to track their progress because I wait for that little light bulb to go on off in their head, or that little switch to go, I think I can do this.
Ooh,
like I can almost think what they're I can almost see what they're thinking when they go, I'm not as bad as I thought I was. Like I played this humble person because I thought, I'm just here for fun. They mean that. I think I was teasing Gino when I said that he was telling, they mean that. Up until they realize I can actually do something with this. And that always happens in the Vios Cup. And that's when they change. They go from being a participant. They're not here, as Connor would say, they're not here to take part. They're here to take over. That's a famous UFC line, but that's the same type of thing. It's they realize when they get to the track, and when that visor goes down and the lights are there, you don't see anyone else. You just go into this tunnel of
exactly.
And your competitive spirit takes over. And then when you start realize, I'm not as bad. I'm actually keeping up with that guy. Oh my gosh, I think I can do this. I can. And then that's it. The bug's there. You realize that I can do this.
I love seeing people get curious about certain things that they're just so new to.
Because you discover a lot about yourself without getting too philosophical. Any sports like this, but with racing, I can speak for racing, you discover so many things about yourself because we have so many different walks of life on this racetrack. Without mentioning any names, we have people who like drive Ferraris and supercars. Like they own them, but they're racing here on the weekend in a Toyota Vios. What does that tell you? I mean, I think it's a phenomenon. I think it's great because what they're in it for is it's humbling. It's very humbling when you get behind the wheel of a proper race car and you realize how little you know, but you also realize how quickly you can learn given the right tutelage.
And with a Vios, I mean, it's just crazy because we've been talking about safety this whole day and how, this whole event is really circled around safety and everything is just top priority.
If you can't do it safe, there's no point doing it at all. I mean, we're here to push our limits and you want to be able to know that you can push your limits within a safe environment. Nobody wants anything to end up like, we have a very clear vision. And Toyota, we're very, very, from the time of Sugata-san, when he first fought for this Vios Cup to be brought here back in the day in 2014, it was his dream. He happens to be somebody that also loves racing, and he really fought for this, and he continued to fight for it even when he was promoted back or transferred back. He fought for this because he could see the vision of what they were creating was they were recreating motorsports in the Philippines, and they were setting the proper template down. So they were doing as much for the country as they were for their brand. So I think it's very admirable. And with that, I think we should turn over to Boom and find out what's going on over there.
Boom.
Right here, trackside once again, and we mentioned earlier that we're done with the qualifying for our friends from media and our influencers, our celebrities when it comes to the autocross. So now it's the semifinals, and we've talked to a lot of people. And today, right now, we're talking to Lexi Mendiola, Lexi Mendy, for those of you who follow her on social media. No, Mendy is not the last name; it's actually Mendiola. I was gonna ask where are the Mendy's from, but yeah. Okay, Lexi, let's start with the experience. Give me an overview of how this experience. I've seen you like shake your head, and I'm sure that's a positive thing.
My goodness, I cannot even explain to you guys. This feels exactly like what I was looking for. You know, like during the pandemic, everybody feels a little like in a rut. It's just so exhilarating. This is it. I think it's really fun.
You know. Or an adventurous person in general, right? For those people who follow her on social media, does this take the cake in terms of the things that you've done that are not expected of you?
I never thought I would do racing, like particularly, but damn, I'm really, really happy I did. Like, this is something I feel like I want to continue doing, to be honest. Like, you might see me back here in a few like weeks or months or something.
And not to diminish what you said, but that's a common theme that we hear. Not only today, in the past years, you hear first-time people, whether they're actual racers or hosts, segment hosts, and then they all of a sudden get that rush. They want to get that itch, and we are, one in terms of, yeah, go ahead. We're pushing you to really pursue this. Okay, so what were your expectations coming in? Oh no, before I ask you that, I want to ask you, how do you rate yourself as a driver first in Metro Manila? When
story.
Right, yeah, exactly. I want to hear that. I want assess yourself. Give me a self-evaluation from that, and then we'll get to our conversations here.
I mean, I've always called myself a good driver, but
don't we all?
People around me, I think they have other opinions. No, I'm kidding. It's a different animal altogether, racing and driving in the city, but I like to think I'm okay driving in the city, yeah.
Okay, did your assessment of yourself and your evaluation change that? Because some people, I'm not trying to insult you or anything, but some people, including myself, when we started training for stuff like this, you're like, I'm not a good driver at all. There are so many things that I don't know that you think you know. But when you do the training, you take for granted at the very least.
That's true. There's a lot of things I learned here that, I obviously, thankfully, don't do in the city, but it's just so interesting. There's a lot of stuff, and the adrenaline that you get. Like, I was shaking during the ride, but that shake, I feel like, pushed me to do my best. Like, it was really fun.
All right, so what were the times? You got your times already, and what are your expectations? And going into the semifinals, what are we looking at here, Lexi? Where are you seeing yourself here?
I'm honestly just really happy with how I placed today. I did not expect that. It just, let me keep surprising myself, Awesome, Let's just keep riding that wave.
That's awesome. All right, Lexi, good luck. Stay safe. That's the most important thing, and we'll see you out there at the track. Lexi Mendiola with us. We're turning over to, of course, James and Bea. I think the media are getting into the semifinals now of the autocross. So here we go.
Hey, Lexi.
Yes, sir, they are getting into it. We have the list of the media top 8 over here, and they are going to be going head-to-head. So as we have now 8, they're going to be going 2 apiece. It's a mirrored track, so you'll see them start at the same time, but they're going in opposite directions. But don't adjust your TV sets or devices, whatever you're watching us on. This is part of the plan. This is how it works. They will start in different directions, and then they will redo the same track and then flip it around. So it's all going to be even. Best times win. From here, we are looking at, we'll start with the ones first. Start with the ones, and we'll check out. Okay, we can't see anyone on the screen at the moment, but basically here are who we have qualifying. Okay, we have Ian Magbanwa is going to go head-to-head with Corbin Guerrero. Right, so they will battle it out in that mirrored thing. We have Inigo Rosas up against Earl Lee. And Paulo de Borja will go head-to-head with Enzo de los Reyes. Then we have Dylan Apuang against Jose Altiveros. We were talking a little bit about like Vios Cup and how it's sort of been around for so long, and how we're now into a new generation.
Yes.
Quite literally, because these names here, this is already our children racing. I'm not kidding. Like we started. No, I'm feeling so old saying this. Like Manny de los Reyes raced with us here. He raced the Vios Cup. Now Enzo de los Reyes is his son, and he's now racing the Vios Cup.
Wow,
So
okay,
how's that
so
for
just
longevity?
Take a guess, I guess.
We're making history here, folks. I mean, we're not just
are.
providing race. This is history. This has now got some real heritage. Now we're
It's
into
a
this.
family affair.
We're into a second generation now of racers, and who knows where this will take us. But what's important
exciting.
is that the continuity is so important, and so is just making sure it's nice and safe, and of course that we get this competitive spirit happening. But wow, also Dylan Apuang, I'm pretty sure, is the son of Brian Apuang. I'm guessing, right?
So many.
I'm guessing.
Wow, that's so crazy.
But yes, so now we're into this whole second generation thing for Vios Cup. Now next year maybe my son will be racing. So who knows, right?
Who knows?
Who
Anything
knows?
can happen at this point. So wait, James. So this right here, what we're seeing on the screen is the first two.
This is
the first
already-
two, Ian
yeah.
and Corbin, right?
Yeah, so we've
Right,
narrowed down to the top 8.
Okay.
So it's going to be a elimination process here. So these guys are going to go, and from how we used to do it before is they're going to have a knockout system. Whoever, they're going to start at the same time facing different ways, but because they're going to do a mirror image, they're going to do the exact same course, so the timing will still stand. Whoever gets the better time knocks the other one out. And then they will have, again, they'll bring the 2 and 2s together, the 3 and 3s, the 4s and 4s. And then we'll come down to a top 3. From that, we will be able to determine the top 3 times, because we would have eliminated already 4, and then we would already have the top 4 times, and 3 of them, I guess, get the podium.
So I see what you're talking about here on control.
Yes.
There's just so much control. Number 2, I'm not exactly sure who that is.
Yes, and it's
But-
hard to tell because they're sharing
Yes.
cars.
But the control.
The control is
Wow.
very difficult at this
Yes,
speed
the
because, like I was talking
balance
about
and all
Gigil,
that. Yes.
it's
Yes.
when you're on the racetrack, I'll pretty much be sure. You see how they stopped at the same time?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
All right.
So they're roughly, those guys' times will be roughly the same, but you can see it's a mirror image. But if you were to race tomorrow, if we're going to put you in a race, you'll go and say, go around the racetrack. You will go probably much, much slower than you would normally.
Yes.
Yes. But then if I put you here, you'll go a lot faster than you normally would.
Is it because like the cones really constrain you?
They constrain you, and they're
constrain you.
deceiving because they're so
Yes.
close together.
Yeah.
You think you can just do it, but what it's training you in is to discipline. Sometimes you have to go slow to go fast because you have to, if you push it too far, you're going to slide out, you're going to make the arc wider. And when you make the arc wider, you're taking a larger distance around the corner, and these are fundamentals. So nobody races in a real race like this with these cones and stuff, but the fundamentals apply in every single corner that you take in Clark or any racetrack around the world. The braking applies, the acceleration applies, and the steering control.
Very fun.
It's very fun, and once you sort of feel it, and then you start, it takes a little while because your first ones are going to get sloppy, and then after a while, you're like, wow, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this, and then that's the bug. You get bitten by that bug.
These guys that are driving right now don't even seem like it's their first time or anything. Like, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just coming from a
Well, by this stage,
fan's
they've
point
had
of
quite a
view.
lot of practice already, and they're already into the semifinals. So we would expect the best, well, the top 8 already. So we would expect them to know what they're doing by now. So they look pretty clean, and you're not seeing cones flying around and stuff like that.
But do the obstacles change every time?
No,
Or
not-
is it exactly the same?
It's exactly the
Okay.
same for, yes, everyone gets the same. Otherwise, the timing would be, the fidelity of the timing would become into question. It has to be exactly the same for everybody. It doesn't change. But what it does is it just forces you to operate in this very constrained format to be able to constrain your own emotions and your own giggleness and your own and understand, because it's really hard to rein a person back, because if you put them on the track, they're either going to go too slow or too fast, and if they go too fast, it can have disastrous consequences on your first time, and you may scar them forever. But here, most you can do is really hit a cone, flatline a cone.
I would still want to know, what's the deduction? Is it 3? Is it 5? Maybe we should find out.
Well, if Ferdy Ong is out there and he can hear us, he will text me on Viber the time. Is it 3 seconds? Is it 5 seconds, Ferdy Ong? Or maybe one of the Twassons want to do that.
Could let us know.
Yes, but it's almost almost a deal breaker because it's so big. So even if it's 3 seconds, it's still big. Very hard to make those up, and it's by design. It's it's a penalty. It's really meant to so that you learn next time. It's you'd rather be disciplined and slow, and then lose half a second than 3. And then soon you're going to work on that half second. You go, okay, how do I clean it up without risking the 3 seconds? And then you start learning, getting better at it. And before you know it, you've got some pretty good car control and self-control as well. And then you can take it to the next level, which is full speed racetrack, wheel to wheel. And that's a great foundation to come from, because you'll always remember it. You ever play Gran Turismo in...
Yes.
Do you ever get your license on Gran Turismo?
No.
Okay, anyone that's gone through the game, the whole, not just played the casual arcade version, but gone through the whole storyline, try to get your license in Gran Turismo, and it'll tell you everything I'm trying to tell you right now.
Really?
It is so frustrating. I've thrown like 7 controllers and broken 7 controllers on the TV because I was so frustrated. Because it's, I'm like, come on, I just want to race. They're like, no, learn how to. I'm like, I don't need this. I'm
so many steps.
And I know what I'm doing. As Wendy said, is it Wendy that said that she thought that it was. Yeah, so basically what I'm saying is it's exciting.
So they only go through 1 round of this?
They go through usually 2 rounds.
2 rounds.
So they're going to,
Mirror.
and then they're going to start, and then they'll do what the other guy did, the course of the other guy.
It sucks that we can't really see who is.
At the moment, sadly, we can't see who it is because of the helmets. Their cars they're sharing cars, and we won't get to see their helmets. So we're behind the helmet anyway.
But James, I have a question. Like, when was the first time that you ever started actually, racing or getting into the automotive industry?
Okay, my first jump into it was in 2001, and that's when I joined the magazine, a car magazine called C, and my first exposure into actual racing. And like all of these people, I thought I was really good. No, I thought I was great, not good. I thought I was great. Yeah, because I knew I was better than everyone else because I learned to drive at 8 years old. And so I kept that as some kind of a medal or trophy. But I had a rude awakening because my first real experience, I had dabbled a bit, the Twason Racing's group or the Twason Racing School. I got my first circuit experience with them. And they're the same guys teaching here now, right? So it's the same format, same program. So they taught me first. I raced my first race in 2005, and I came 3rd in one of the races. So that was very encouraging. That's where I got bitten by the bug because I stepped on the podium.
Okay.
And that's it. Once I stepped on the podium, there was no going back. And then from there, the Toyota Vios Cup was my first real season. Or, it was supposed to be a real proper training. Problem is, that was 2013. And in 2013, when I joined with a bunch of guys, I remember Vince Cornelis was there, Manny De Los Reyes was there, a whole bunch of other guys were with me. We were ready to race, 2013. And we were all here in Clark, and everything was fine. I had qualified first. I was on pole. Never forget, the day was awesome. And then we went to our hotels, super celebrations, all that. I was saying, I got this. I own this track, my track. When we arrived back on the track the next day, there was no tent anymore. The whole track had blown away. There was a superstorm the night before. Maybe not. Okay, there was a tent, but there was a shell of a tent. Now, we could have raced that day, We could have, but we didn't because Toyota said not Toyota standard of safety. And yes, I was bitter, but it was standard of safety. And this showed me firsthand how seriously they take it. So that was 2013. That's why I say it started 14 because we never got the race on the 2013 one. Super Typhoon came in overnight and wiped out the track and wiped out everything, and Toyota felt that's not safe. You can come here, Ferdiong. Everyone knows who you are. Might even ask for an autograph, Bob.
Thank you.
So we're looking at the race. These are official race results, no longer provisional results from the race number 2, which we'll read out in just a little while so I can finish my story. That's how it happened. So
technically it was 2013. But
2013, everyone was here. They had an audience, they had the bands, they had everyone. I mean, it was bonga. It was super bonga because there was no pandemic yet. So we used to bring in world-class bands, or at least the best bands in the country, would come and perform for us here.
It was a huge event.
It was a huge event. And this was the first one. And then could you imagine the feeling of overnight? You're up there, you're ready to race the next morning. We're staying here in Clark, and then we turn up at the track, and over breakfast, actually, it was Toyota said, we've decided that we won't go along with the... And that taught me everything about how Toyota run not just the races, but their business. It was zero compromise. There was never a question. When they said, because there was a lot of talk about, baka puede pa. Anyway, we just clear off the debris from the track, because there was a lot of trees and stuff. Clear off the debris, take the tents out. But they were saying, for what? Why?
It's not worth it. What if
and they said, it's okay naman. It's not. It may be okay for you. It's not okay for us. We have a standard, and that's our standard. And from then on, it gives you confidence in their programs, in their events, and in their vehicles. So then 2014 kicked around, and that was, okay, we'll do it again, and this was the first year. That's why we officially say 2014 is the first Vios Cup year. And then I raced there on the first time. And yeah, it was a good race.
And as he said earlier, that was James's favorite year.
It was my favorite year because we raced what you call the inaugural race, and it was media, and it was myself, Jeff Reyes, Vince Pernellis was first, Jeff second, third. I was third. Famela Baranda was there. We had a bunch of Rian Ramos was there, and then from there, I pulled out and became a commentator, and then everyone else raced the rest of the season. So that's where I chose this side of the steering wheel, and no regrets because I love it because I scratched the itch. And one thing about racing is you want to share that with everyone. You know, when you're passionate about something, you want everyone to experience it. So I didn't feel like I wanted to be behind the wheel the whole time and race. It was a great opportunity.
And you didn't feel like you were missing out because you were still part of the action.
I was part of it, and more importantly, I could bring more people into it. And I could help them appreciate it even more because when you get this dissected for you, you understand little things and nuances that you didn't know. Then you appreciate it like any sport. Oh, I get it. Oh, I didn't know they had to be physically fit. Oh, I didn't know about balance. I didn't know about this. I didn't know about that. And so I'm slowly bringing in so people could feel what I felt that day because it felt fantastic. The sense of accomplishment that you get because going back to the story I was sharing about the people who like own multiple Ferraris and multiple Lamborghinis, whatever, but they still race a Vios here, is because no matter how much money or whatever they have, once those 5 lights go out, you could be a super celebrity, Rian Ramos, super moneyed person, flat broke, it doesn't matter. It's all the same. And nobody gives you an inch or a quarter. Nobody races and goes, oh, that's Rian, I'll give her, except for that one time when they all stopped to help her. But that's an extenuating circumstance, right? Generally speaking, you know, just because you're a celebrity, maybe in real life, people give you certain concessions. Maybe they give you a little bit. We see that happening, but in a racetrack, no, never. And that's what makes it feel pure for them. I've heard this from celebrities so many times. They just sometimes crave to be treated like everybody else. And as much as we say, yes, we do, people don't because they get either...
starstruck.
But on the racetrack, they're begging, can you please give me preferential treatment? No, they never said that. But they're like, I get to really feel like there's nothing special. I was not given anything. In fact, I'd like to be given something.
Because they're just as equal as the others who are competing for the same...
Absolutely. So we're done now with the media round there. And minor apologies if we couldn't walk you through every single step because it's a little difficult with the camera angles and the numbers, but we're done now with the media round. So we're going to flip over to the influencer round for the semis, and we're into the top 8 here, ladies and gentlemen. The top 8 will go head to head, so we're going to eliminate 4 out of that. So from that, we've got in first, or the first up. This is not in place, but first up to battle each other will be Aaron Villaflor and Gino Quillamor. These guys are going to go head to head. Somebody's going to get knocked out. Then Gab Lagman is going to go against Lexi Mendiola. That's super cool.
Interesting.
And Alex Diaz will go up against Bianca Yao. And finally, it'll be John Manalo against Jules Aquino. And this will be the knockout system. We'll see who will end up on the podium.
For the influencers.
This is
right?
now
For the
influencer category for the semis.
Okay.
So there you go.
So exciting. Oh my goodness.
But nice little intricacies that come along with the Vios Cup. And like I said, even the camaraderie that you get here. Imagine we've got now people who started a family together. I mean, Jason and Pamela, that was just unexpected, right? I mean, they didn't I don't even know if they knew each other. Probably not. Maybe
During that time that they were both still racing.
yeah, well, they weren't together by any means. No, not at all. But through this and the bonding and all that, the racing, now they got together. So many different, the camaraderie that you build here. Because you share a common struggle. You share common pain. You share common joy. When you share struggles with other humans like that, that's pure, you form a different kind of bond. And that's the bond that racing forms. And let's check, meanwhile, on those bonds that are formed. And let's see if Boom is getting any bonding happening over there. Boom!
Hey, James. Hey, Bea. All right. Earlier, we were talking to our friends from the celebrity world, the influencers. And it's just perfect because right now, behind me, I believe the semifinals for their autocross leg is about to start right now. So just right now, they're going to start that one. So it's right behind us. They're going to go at it, and then we'll find out who's going to top that leg. In the meantime, we'll talk to some of our friends from the media. We want to welcome Enzo de los Reyes and Paolo de Borja with us here. Hi, guys. All right, let me stay between both of you. Okay, so that was the semifinals that you went through? Yes, right. Okay, talk to me about the earlier round, the qualification round, then the semifinals, and how did you do on both? And are you happy? Are you surprised? Is it, and this is for both of you, did it meet your expectations?
For my first round, I was really surprised because prior to the practice, most of my runs were really aggressive. But in the first qualifying, it was smoother than I expected. But I wasn't sure if I was faster. But when the results came out, I was actually second after Jose, 1 second slower than the first place. So I was pretty impressed with what I did. But with regards to the second run, my semifinals, I made a mistake. I ran over a pylon, so I'm hoping I don't fall out to be able to reach the finals.
Okay, same question. Give us an assessment from the earlier round and then this one.
Yeah, it's a good thing I had the practice sessions yesterday and this morning because those are my rough sessions. So in my first round, it was a bit more smoother. So good thing. But I just got just in the top 8, so I'm hoping for a better result for the second round.
How competitive are you? Because, we talk to a lot of the people and they all start off by saying, oh, we just want to have fun and all that. And then it graduates into something different. When it comes to the both of you, did you start out this experience right away with competition in mind?
Yes, definitely. Like during the practice sessions, all fun and games with the guys, up to the morning of the day itself. But come the first and second rounds, it's like we don't even know each other.
Really?
Yes, for sure. Paolo's my buddy, so we both woke up 5:30. So we had an hotel alarm call, so that they would wake up at us at 5:30 a.m. and we would prepare to practice here today, earlier this morning. So we were here at 6:30 a.m. just to practice at 7. So you were the first ones to practice, and that made us a little more confident. And yes, we're really, really competitive, and I want to finish podium.
From the very start. That's what I like. I mean, let's not hide it, right? We don't have to mask that, it's all fun and games to start. But I like the fact that you guys are admitting from the very start that you were very competitive. Okay, did you discover anything about yourself through this experience that you didn't know?
Well, definitely, you perform better when you're a bit more calm. So at first, when I first had my Vios Cup experience in 2019, I was a bit more nervous, but carrying that over to this year, I've gained a lot of more experience.
For the first timers who are watching us on Facebook, they've never had this experience. Maybe they've seen, some of the videos and all that, or even if they haven't, what would you tell a first timer, and why is this so addicting?
For a first timer, one thing I could say is that sometimes being fast will not make you successful, will not make you finish first. The best way to be able to handle the car in motorsports is to have control over your car, and you shouldn't let the car drive you. You should drive your car.
Wow, I like that. I want James to explain that a little further. Don't let the car drive you. You should be in charge of that car. All right. Thank you very much, Enzo de los Reyes, Paulo de Borja. James, please explain to all of us. Yeah, what Tito James now explain to all of us
Well,
what
the difference.
Ako sinabi ko lang yung sinabi niya, Tito James.
You
James,
just-
go ahead.
Basically, what they're saying is you don't want to be a passenger, right? You're the driver, don't be the passenger. You tell the car what to do, not the other way around. And when you're overdriving a car, the car will tend to do what it wants, and you'll be out of control. That's what they mean by that. Don't let the car drive you. You tell the car what it needs to do, and just let it come to you. There's a limit to everything. We're arguing physics now. You can't argue physics, right?
You
so,
can't.
so you can have the best tires in the world, which Bridgestone are. Wow, there's a plug. And you've also got the best cars in the world, like the Toyota Vios. But there's still physics involved in this. So it doesn't matter if you have an airplane, a helicopter, a Formula One car, a Vios Cup car. They all still have to adhere to the rules of physics.
And I love what they
Don't push
talked about discipline. It starts with discipline and control and balance of all of these things to be able to do what you do during this event.
Yes.
That's exactly what they were talking about earlier. So
And
good for
habits
them.
are very hard to get rid of.
Yes.
So this is why they teach you this way, is because we already have bad habits on the road. So that's already tough enough to shake out. If we develop bad habits on the racetrack, that can just, it can have disastrous
just
effects.
ruin your
Exactly.
whole
So
race.
the idea is to pull you in from, let's say, if it's you, Bea, pull you in, shake out all your bad habits of the road, your driving position, how you hold the steering wheel, how our bend in your arm should be, how close from the steering wheel and the pedals you are, how to sit properly, and all the little things like that. They will shake that all out of you. Then they'll put you through that so that they can drum it into your brain until it becomes foundational for you. So that when you're building up your speed, you're building up from a good foundation. You're not just going hell-bent and then become a passenger in your own car and go, what happened there? Well, what happened is you didn't understand balance and grip and physics. And in this boring, for lack of a better word, format, because I only say boring in comparison to wheel-to-wheel racing,
Yes.
because you can see to them that they've come out of it, not wheel-to-wheel racing, saying it's the greatest. Didn't they say it was the greatest thing? Lexi said that, right?
Yes,
She said it was the best, most adventurous thing.
Uh-huh.
You wait till she goes wheel-to-wheel. Then that will be the most adventurous thing. But that's what we're getting at. Boom.
Yes.
Help me out here.
No.
Explain something to
Well,
me.
it's fantastic explanation. That's all we wanted. Hey, may babati sa'yo, James.
Hi, Tito James.
Who's that? Oh! Hi, Tito Inigo.
Inigo Roses from the Manila Bulletin just finished with the semifinals, right, of the Autocross. Now, Inigo, you've done both the race and now Autocross the first time, obviously here with the Toyota Vios Cup. Let's talk about the difference of the two. Skills-wise, mentality-wise, what do you have to change in terms of the way you drive in these different sections, or categories?
I guess the best analogy is sort of like a sprint versus a marathon. So like autocross being the sprint, and then the circuit being the marathon, because like the circuit, several laps, the lap times are longer. Here, it's just, 2-time laps, and the lap times are just at 30 seconds. So you make a mistake in the circuit, doesn't hurt you as much. You make a mistake here, that's going to add a few seconds, which is precious. And of course, with the circuit racing, you know, you got to think long. Yeah, long game. Well, what's your plan for this lap, for that lap, towards the end of the race? Whereas with this, you know, you're really just driving with yourself. You know, you don't really have to worry about the other driver. Just focus on doing a perfect lap.
I'm only asking also because I assume that we have new viewers on Facebook or watching this for the very first time, as we are here, of course, at the Clark International Speedway for the Toyota Vios Cup. Okay, was there any new thing that surprised you about it? Now, of course, you've done this. You've done racing before, even with other circuits. But is there anything that surprises you about the skill of slaloms and obstacles and autocross?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like I said, you have to be so much more precise here. So, I mean, you can be experienced, but again, just one mistake and then your time is off already. And whereas a newbie can come in and just, you know, be calm, relaxed, not really worry about the pressure and put in a good time. So it's really a great equalizer, whether you're a veteran or a neophyte.
Okay, what about your experience today? Are you happy? You went through a couple of rounds already, obviously, because you just finished with the semifinals, waiting for the times and whether you make the finals or not. Tell me your personal assessment.
First of all, I'm really happy the cars are automatic now. I mean, I love manuals, but I'm really terrible at heel and toe and downshifting. So that just takes what's one less thing to worry about. Just focus on driving. I don't know, the kids now are just really talented and they just have so much more practice, whether virtual or real. So, you know, it's possibly getting old too.
Oh,
but, you know,
whoa.
But yeah, it's tough, because these kids are quick.
This interview is over.
I'm walking out.
Okay, well, good luck with the semifinals and hopefully good luck with the finals, and hopefully you make it. Thank you for joining us today. All right, of course, that's Inigo Roses from the Manila Bulletin. We also want to call Ian Magbanwa from Top Gear with us. Thank you, Inigo. We'll talk to you in a bit. Ian naman will share with us, of course, the day. Hello, good to see you again, Ian. All right, now I'll ask pretty much your assessment first. Let's start with you first after the semifinals. And the two legs, kamusta? Kamusta ang experience and kamusta yung personal time mo?
So this is my first motorsport event ever.
Ever?
Ever, yeah.
Okay, well, perfect. That's great.
I've driven a few cars here and there, but never in a motorsport setting. So, and a lot of my friends do autocross, so you know, you get tips here and there, and my brother does too. So, so far it's been fun. It's been an amazing experience, and it's surprising how well Vios handles with all the upgrades it has. And yeah, so far, you know, I'm in the middle of the pack, and I'm just here to enjoy. And well, hopefully, you know, I get to the top 3. But.
Right. So you raised a good point, and perfect that you're a first timer. They always say, as I've been saying earlier, we're here to enjoy and all that. But while you're doing this, where does the competitive side kick in now?
It's really more wanting to. It's a personal thing, so you really want to make a clean run. You want to make a clean run. You want to take the cones properly.
Because you know it is autocross. That's right.
And when you're there, the other cars in your periphery, but it's not really something you think about. So it's really just how am I going to approach this bend? Where am I going to brake? How's the balance of the car and all that? And it happens so fast. Right. Like it's sub 40 seconds and then it's over.
You say it's your first time in a motorsport setting, in this kind of a setting, in a track setting. From a scale of 1 to 10, were you nervous coming in? Or because you've had experience with cars, even if it's not in this setting, does that kind of calm you down?
No, I still got butterflies in my stomach. It's always an anxious thing. But the moment you're there, the moment you hear go, step on the gas, there's not much else you think about except for where am I going to brake, where am I going to turn.
Right. Apologies to our audience who have heard this question before because we're talking to different individuals here, and I kind of always curious, Ian, about your level of driving in Manila, right? And then you come into a setting like this. Are there things that you discover about yourself in terms of your driving, some of the things that you did not know about yourself when it comes to these things?
Let's see. Well, here I'm able to open up, so to speak. You know, what the stuff I know from everyday driving. Okay, how to take that, how to make it.
Sige, expound on that. I want to hear about that.
So you take a U-turn when you're on the left lane of a street, right? You know where your points are. You know how to avoid the curb and stuff like that. But here, I'm able to think, how am I going to best make that U-turn, right? So there's a difference in that line, and I'm able to enjoy that. You know, it's those things I think about when I'm driving in Metro Manila in traffic. But here I'm able to apply it, and it feels very good. It feels very.
Do you, after an experience like this, do you assess yourself as a safer driver now? Because even if you've been able to open up in a situation like this, there are a lot of safety considerations, obviously, and that's actually paramount in what we do here at the Vios Cup, regardless of the year. Is that something also that you think you are better at now?
Yes, of course, because when you see a cone and you're approaching it at speed, it might as well be a pedestrian that jumps out, right? So you're able to gauge your reaction time, right. And where your brain is at. What are you thinking? And being able to do this, it's practice, right? So you bring that back to Manila traffic, and then you have a better understanding of what you can do, what you're able to do, and yeah.
It's very interesting to hear, obviously, a lot of the conversations from, actual racers, and then the celebrities, and then people who have covered the motoring industry, because it gives you a different perspective about all of these things. Ian, thank you very much for your time today. Good luck. Thank you. Good luck. What are you expecting about after the semifinals for yourself?
I'm hoping to make it to the finals, and if I don't, have fun.
Yeah, all right. Well, take care out there. Thank you very much. I think the Autocross semis just ended for the influencers. Oh, this is interesting. That means we can pull them out of their car and talk to them and see if we have a different reaction from them. James and Bea, back to you.
All right, let's look forward to that. Those kids. I'm still stuck on that comment of Inigo. These kids these days, it's like, speak for yourself, Inigo. Inigo was a kid when he started it with us in our magazine before, and now he's talking about the kids of these days. Welcome back to the Tito Vios Cup. I'm James Deacon. This is Bea. And Bea, it's your turn. Take over.
Yes, this celebration of the Vios and driving excellence is made possible with Toyota Motor Philippines partnership with the biggest and most reputable names in the automotive industry. In cooperation with Bridgestone, Petron XCS, the official fuel partner, supported by Motul. Other sponsors: Brembo, Denso, AVT, 3M, OMP, Tuason Racing, and Rota. Also supported by Toyota Gazoo Racing and Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy. James, I love that, all of these, all of the racers out there are saying just how, this whole experience has gotten them to be a little bit more adventurous and spontaneous, you know what I mean? And there's just so much more to look forward to.
Yes, there is a lot to look forward to. But we'll just got to take a little break for now, and we'll get right into that when we come back.
At the core of Toyota Gazoo Racing lies Motorsport's DNA. Combine that with the Philippines' best-selling sedan, you get the new Vios GRS. Its black accent details and aero kit upgrade capture the feel and excitement on the track. and the 10-speed CVT that exudes the TGR competitive spirit. On the road or on the track, always be ready for a heart-racing, exhilarating ride. The new Vios GRS. Bring on the thrill.